honestly, I mean, if Raw looked like it was going to be a load of rubbish, I would tell you. But tonight really does look like it's going to have a little bit of meat to it. We're always looking for talking points. We're always looking for a show that is worth watching. That's what I want. I want a Raw that is worth tuning in for. And from what I've seen, this looks like a Raw worth tuning in for. And the reason why I say that is because we have got brand new women's tag champs being crowned tonight. So I know that it's not the most exciting of belts, but we are going to be crowning new champions. By the end of today, we will have new women's champions. So that alone makes it significant, makes it a talking point. We're going to be crowning some new champions. Not only that, we've got 2 Money in the Bank qualifying matches. So again, by the end of tonight, we'll know 2 people that are in Money in the Bank and will be in the men's match. There's no women's matches as far as I know, but we do have Bronson Reed against Nakamura, and we do have Miz against Ricochet. So we've got 2 Money in the Bank qualifying matches. We've got a women's fatal 4-way for the tag titles. So we've got that as well. There's going to be a championship celebration for Seth. And obviously, we're expecting his next challenger to reveal themselves. I don't think anyone is expecting that championship celebration to go without a hitch, right? I think that is definitely going to be interrupted. And we're going to find out what is next for Seth Rollins and what is next for the World Heavyweight Championship. So we've got that as well. And we're going to be hearing from Cody. Now, there are reports, there are rumors that Cody could be taking some time off. His broken arm has been presented as a broken arm, right? Now, a broken arm is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks, months and months to recover from, right? So they have said that arm is broken. He competed with that broken arm, and he obviously, suffered a lot of pain with that arm passing out to the Kimura. You can't just now walk out with your arm being fine, right? You can't just walk out and go, oh, do you know what? Turns out it wasn't broken. It's actually absolutely fine. Turns out it was a bruise. So you can't do that. So we might be saying goodbye to Cody for a little bit tonight. There could be a segment where Cody comes out and says that he needs to go away and get this treated. And that he'll be back, in a couple of months' time or something. I really don't know how they're going to present this. I really don't know what they're going to do with this. But they've said repeatedly it is a broken arm. And as we said, you can't just recover from it doesn't take a week or 2 weeks to bounce back from a broken arm. This is going to take weeks and weeks, months for him to recover. Now, it's not a real broken arm, right? So it is just an excuse for him to take a little bit of time away, right? Which is fine. I have no problem with him taking some time off. But yeah, I think that Cody segment could be interesting tonight. So him doing a promo tonight, him being on the show tonight, as we said, could lead to him saying that he needs to step away for a while. And as we said, there are reports that he is going to take a little bit of time away. So we've got Cody segment. We've got a Seth segment. We've got new women's champions being crowned. We've got 2 Money in the Bank qualifying matches. We've got the fallout of Zoe, Trish, Becky. I'm sure that's going to feature tonight. I'm expecting Judgment Day to make their presence felt with Sammy and Kevin, because they kind of let us know that they were interested in the tag titles before Night of Champions. Now that Sammy and Kevin have still got those titles, I'm expecting that. I'm not expecting Jimmy and Jay. I'm not expecting Roman. I'm not expecting Bloodline. That will play out on Friday. So I can't say I'm expecting any of that. Could we get some? Maybe, but I'm not expecting it. I'm not going into this show with that as an expectation. But I think there's plenty of other stuff for us to focus on and get our teeth into. And also, what's next for Rhea Ripley, and what are we doing with the women's titles? We've got a Raw belt on SmackDown, a SmackDown belt on Raw. It's a flipping mess. So we need to try and sort this out and figure out where we're going to be putting these titles. And I don't know, do we get new belts? Is that what we're doing? Are we going to just leave it as it is and have a SmackDown belt on Raw and a Raw belt on SmackDown, and we're just going to hope no one notices? I don't know what we're doing there. So yeah, lots for us to talk about, get our teeth into. And obviously we can talk about the fallout from NXT as well, which was a really good show. I really enjoyed it. And actually, I just read that apparently WWE higher-ups were really high on the show as well. They said that it was the feeling backstage is that it's the best NXT show for quite a while, and that it's kind of the start of something. They really see it as being a big indicator that they're on the right path, which I would completely agree with. I think that it was a really solid, tight show. I don't think there was any disaster matches in there at all. I do think the tag match was a bit of a lull in there, but, it wasn't really around that long, and it didn't really offend. It just didn't really get to the same level as anything else, and I think you can make a big argument. I didn't see AEW, so I can't comment on that, but I think you can make an argument that Dijak and Dragunov was the match of the weekend as well. So, of the 6 matches, one of them is a potential match of the weekend. Rest of the show was really solid. We crowned a brand new women's champion. NXT killed it, man. Did a great job. Did a really great job. So NXT was a lot of fun, and a big shout out if you joined us for any or all of those streams. Obviously, we did SmackDown, we did Battlegrounds, we did Night of Champions. We're here doing Raw. We're back doing NXT tomorrow. It's just go, 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 go. Christopher, shout out to you. Hashtag Seth World Champion, the visionary Wilson. Says, Days, what did you think of AEW Double or Nothing? I didn't see it, so I can't comment. I didn't see it. I have seen the results, and I have seen some reaction to it. And people have got in touch saying that they watched it and what they thought of NXT, what they thought of AEW. The general consensus, and I'm not just saying this, but from what I've been sent from people in the community, is that NXT was the better show. I've had that from about 15 people. I haven't had a single person get in touch with me. I mean, 15's not loads, is it really? Right? But I haven't had a single person say that AEW was the better show compared to what NXT put out. I think the general consensus is that Battleground was the better show. I still think AEW, from the sounds of it, had some moments, certainly had some talking points. Obviously, Jade Cargill's not champion anymore. Chris Statlander is back. We also got Aubrey Edwards getting smashed with a guitar. We got, I don't know, what else did I hear about? Sammy and Taya are pregnant. I really don't care. MJF retains. Jamie Hayter lost the title, didn't she, to Tony Storm. But yeah, I mean, apart from seeing like the odd little clip on Twitter and reading the results and getting like people's opinion as to what they thought about the show, seems like it was fine. I mean, it doesn't seem like it was a horrific show. It just seems like it was fine. It was, worth tuning in for. If you ain't got anything to do on a Sunday night, I think you probably had a good time watching it. But I don't think that it delivered anything seismic. I don't think that it delivered anything that's made people... It hasn't been the injection of momentum that AEW so desperately needs and has needed for so long. AEW just really needs something to pick them up out of these doldrums. They just seem to be struggling. It's like... AEW to me feels like they're spinning their wheels in the mud. They're not getting anywhere. The wheels are going round. You can see that they're doing stuff. And, occasionally there'll be a little summit in there. You go, okay, I like that. I like the House of Black. They're pretty cool. I like Jamie Hayter. She's pretty cool. But then you look at a lot of other stuff like Orange Cassidy divides opinion, and about him being presented as like Superman, just, constantly churning out all these wins. I think people are a bit split on like the main event scene. Is MJF doing it as champion? Has the build for the 4 Pillars match been that good? I think the consensus is Adam Cole Jericho has been disappointing. I just feel like there's quite a bit that's going on at the moment where you can see they're trying stuff, but they just haven't got that. I don't know. They just haven't got that thing that's going to drive them forward. As I said, I think kind of explaining it as a vehicle that's stuck in the mud that's spinning its wheels, I think that's, for me, quite accurate at the moment. And I don't think this show has got them out of that mud. I think, for me, this is another example of them trying, and it was all right. It wasn't. They ain't gone backwards. They ain't slipping down the hill, right? They're holding their own. They're holding it around that 850 mark every Wednesday when it comes to the ratings. Obviously, great ticket sales over at Wembley. But they ain't, do you know what I mean? They ain't the talk of the wrestling world for, like, you know, their killer shows, their killer action. Oh my God, it's not can't miss entertainment. So, yeah, they're just sort of spinning their wheels at the moment. So, I didn't watch it, but as I said, from the clips I've seen, from the reports I've read, the reviews I've read as well, because I did read, I saw what like Observer put out, and I saw what a few other companies had put out. Seems like it was all right. Seems like it was all right. I think if you watched it, I think you had an all right time. Right, I want to make sure that I am on top of everything here. Yes. Lovely. Let's go down. Boom. Right. Why would they put Montez and LA Knight together in a match? They both need to be in Money in the Bank, says Guy Stowe. Yeah, well, they've got, clearly they don't think so. Clearly they don't agree. So unless there's going to be some sort of a draw or something along those lines, I feel like, didn't we see something last year between like Drew and Sheamus? And I think they both ended up in Money in the Bank. So, you know, there could be something along those lines. DMD, Adam Cole, Chris Jericho, Soraya just got it announced for Wednesday, says Damien. Do you think till this day, Judgment Day betraying Edge was the right decision? Judgment Day betraying Edge was the right decision. Yeah, I think it could have worked either way. I think it's worked fine. I think they struggled until Dominic joined, actually. I think the thing was they were coming out and they were just too paint by numbers. They were coming out, cutting the kind of generic promos. There was nothing really that interesting about them. There was nothing, you know, Rhea's cool. I think Rhea's always been cool. I think people like Damian Priest and they like Finn Balor as well. But Rhea feels quite special. She's, she's quite muscular. She's a bigger woman. You can tell that she would be the dominant force or one of the dominant forces in that women's division. And so when she joined, that was a big positive. Obviously, Edge was with them at that point. They got rid of Edge and they brought in Finn. Apparently, the reasons was because they were thinking of making Judgment Day supernatural. Now, I think this is around the time that Vince goes and Triple H comes in, so we never get the supernatural elements, which I'm really pleased about because I'm not a massive fan of that stuff. But I think that this has gone to a different level as soon as they brought Dominic in. Not because Dominic is some kind of revolutionary talent, not because he's a generational talent, but because what it then did was it allowed us to do the ex-con Dom, him being arrested, the mammy stuff. I mean, there was no mommy stuff before Dominic joined. The relationship between him and Rhea, I mean, that just took the Judgment Day from being very paint by numbers, being very generic, being very, do you know what I mean? Just off the shelf faction, off the shelf evil faction type group. This took them to a different level and made them actually unique, gave them a bit of an angle, made them interesting. So for me, like, you could have done that with Edge still being in the group. Edge being in or being out didn't make much of a difference. For me, this went to a different level as soon as we brought in Dominic, and Dominic then stopped it from feeling generic and gave it that edge. Now, what I would say is that edge might have just started to wear off a little. Just because, we're a good few months. I mean, we're about, 6 months past him being arrested. So, we kind of could do with something new, something fresh. I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, obviously, Rhea's got other responsibilities now, what with being the women's champion. We still need to see what's next for Finn Balor, but Finn certainly could be going up against the likes of Seth Rollins and competing for the world title. So, I don't know. I don't know what the group's going to look like. I don't know quite what's next for them. There's certainly plenty for them to go off and do. But as we said, it could be a world title for one of them, probably Finn. And Rhea will be defending her title. But what's going to bring that humor? What's going to bring that comedy? I feel like we've mined the ex-con Dom stuff quite a bit. I feel like we need to do something else now as we head into the summer. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm expecting them to step up to Sammy and Kevin. But what I'm hoping is that we bring something interesting along with it as well, because we're not, him visiting Ray during Christmas and Thanksgiving and Valentine's Day and all that kind of stuff. That it was brilliant, and we're not doing that anymore. So what can we do now? What can Rhea and Dominic go off and do now? Because it feels like they should go off and do something. Right? There's no reason why we can't still have them going off every few months to do something. They did Thanksgiving, they did Christmas, they did Valentine's Day. And it's been a while now since Valentine's Day, so they need to go off and do something now. And again, just to give it something that they can have fun with. We'll see. But I'm expecting their next feud, as we said, to be Sammy and Kevin. Tony, shout out to you, my friend Tony Valez. Tony says. I'm gone. I lost it. There it is. Tony says, did you see Chelsea and Sonya winning the titles tonight, but losing them at SummerSlam? Well, if I'm honest, I see Ronda and Shayna winning the titles tonight because I think the plan has been for Ronda and Shayna to win those belts for quite a long time. I think that... Ronda's massively paid. She picks up a big wage, and she is a name as well. It's very easy to forget that, she is a big star because they don't do a great job of making her feel like a massive, massive star. And she doesn't help herself as well. She doesn't do great promos. We know that her match quality is not to the same standard as some of the other women. I think she's very good in brawls. I think if you put her in a street fight scenario, and not like a proper wrestling match, a professional wrestling match with professional wrestling moves. If you put her in a street fight scenario, I think she's very good. But if you put her in a one-on-one normal traditional match, I think there's clearly a lot of stuff that she doesn't know. This isn't her world. And she does tend to come up short. And then you put in the fact that she's not great promo-wise. But it's just staggering to me that we've not fixed this. Everyone can see the problems that she's got. Everyone can see her limitations. It's not like we're saying something that people can't see, right? So what have WWE done to support her? They've done next to nothing to support her, which is staggering when you think the amount of money they're paying for Ronda. She's a big name. She's a big name. In the people outside of WWE know Ronda Rousey, and that is a gift. If you've got someone on your roster that people outside of WWE have heard of, this is why they bring in celebrities. They bring in celebrities like Logan Paul and Bad Bunny because of their name value. Well, they've got Ronda Rousey, right, who is known outside of the roster and is paid a lot of money. And they just seem to be, I can't say they're all right with her struggling, but they haven't done anywhere near as much as what I would have thought they would have done to have fixed it. If you think about when she first came in her very first match at WrestleMania 34, she was in a tag match with Kurt Angle against Seth and Triple H. And that match got so much praise. So much praise. People at the time were saying it was the best celebrity match ever. And it was incredible. It was the best match from WrestleMania 34 and all of this kind of stuff. You can look back. I think even Dave Meltzer scored it very, very well. Very well. 4 point something. And that's a Ronda match in a tag match. Now, granted, Steph's in there. Triple H's in there. Kurt is in there. But this has been my point all along. You can take someone that's got limitations and you can put garnish around them. You can put things around them to make them look like $1 billion. We do it with the celebrities all the time, right? So I don't understand that as soon as she went full time and started putting the work in on her own and started being like, do you know what? I'm going to do this the right way, which I respect. She turned up for the show. She turned up for Raws week in, week out. She wasn't like the other celebrities just rocking up for WrestleMania and SummerSlam. She rocked up for the Raws. She put the work in. And the problem was, though, that because she was there every week, we just stopped supporting her. We stopped putting that garnish around her. We stopped putting the protection around her. She should have had a manager. She should have had a mouthpiece. She should have been in more tag matches. She should have had a lot less singles matches, only having singles matches when really, really needed. And even then, you try and make them like street fights if you can, like protect her, do what you can to protect her. And I think they've been... I really blame WWE for Ronda's failure. I think that, she's got limitations, but she's a big name. She's legit badass as well. If there was real fights, she would murder everyone in the women's division. That's cool. That's just cool. She would murder everyone. There's not a single woman in that locker room she would struggle with. So I think that she's a big star. I think that putting her in the tag division could be interesting because Shayna's all right. Shayna can go. So I think that we've had a plan to do this with them for a little while now. Now, there's been, slight problems, with injuries and all this kind of stuff. And you might remember that they came back and they started attacking Raquel Rodriguez a few weeks ago. Actually, it might have only been last week. And they started attacking Raquel Rodriguez. And then Liv got injured, and now we're in this situation. I think they would have beaten Raquel and Liv for the titles. And I think that, all right, we can't do that now. So I think they'll win it here instead. Now, could they delay it a little bit? Maybe, but I think they've had a plan to go this way for a while. So my money would be on Ronda and Shayna, but I do like Sonya and Chelsea. I think they're good together. I think they're fun. I think they are what you would want Ronda and Shayna to be. Chelsea and Sonya are what you would want Ronda and Shayna to be. Good talkers, entertaining, tidy in the ring, engage with the crowd well. They know their roles really well. Good heels. I like them. I like them a lot. I wouldn't have any problem with Sonya and Chelsea picking up the win tonight. I don't think it'll go that way. I think my money would be on Ronda and Shayna, but we'll see. We'll see. Defcon Eric says, Defcon Eric and Pirate King Jack Adventures. Shout out to you guys. Hope you're well. Says, when they crashed on MJF's arm, did it hurt inside? When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da. I'm sure it did. I mean, I didn't see it, so I have no idea what that reference is to. But, yes, I'm sure it did. If anything comes crashing down inside, we know it hurts inside. Let's scroll down. Sean G said, Good Monday. Good Monday. I agree about Battlegrounds. Yeah, it was good. It was fun. It was really fun. I had a great weekend. I had a lovely time. It's so good when wrestling is just where you want it to be. And honestly, I mean, many of you have watched this channel long enough. I don't have any problem criticizing stuff. Probably do it too much. But I think right now we're in a great place. I really enjoyed Night of Champions. I really enjoyed Battlegrounds. I think that, we've got some really good talent around. We've got some interesting... It's just interesting. I just think there's a lot of interesting things going on. Like, you can look at the Roman and the Bloodline story and the Usos and you can go, yeah, that's interesting. And then you can look at, like, Bray and when he's going to come back. Because he'll come back, I'm sure, at some point, right? So when he comes back, okay, that'll be interesting. He's been away for a while. What's he going to come back as? Are we getting more QR codes? That'll be interesting. So, okay, that's a little thing for further down the road. Then you have a look at, like, Seth and the new world champion. And, okay, yeah, get it. The belt's secondary, right? It's a super intercontinental belt. Sure, get it. It is still a world title. It is still regarded as a world title, right? Whether we agree with it or not, which I ain't got a problem with it. And I'm very grateful they didn't slap on the old lineage, right? Because, as we said, that old belt got combined with the WWE Championship. So that means that the old World Heavyweight Championship, Roman's got it. It's part of the WWE Championship. The way that history was that it was the WWE Championship. Then it got combined with the World Heavyweight Championship. It became the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Then they shortened it to WWE Heavyweight Championship, something along those lines. And that's the one that Roman has got now. So its name actually changed a little bit, just a slight change in the name of that belt, because the old World Heavyweight Championship got combined with it. So for us to sort of now just, ignore that, bring this belt out of nowhere and go, oh yeah, this is carrying on from where we was. It's like, well, hang on. Roman's got that belt. No one's beat Roman for that belt. We can't just, unless you're just going to strip that away from him, right? And take it away from him, which we've had no announcement that they've done that. This is all just the little detail stuff, this is all the nerdy, excuse me, I think you'll find. Yeah, it's one of those, but it's important at the same time. So I'm pleased we're presenting it as it is, right? It's a brand new belt. It's a brand new championship. It is what it is. And let's go. That's how I'm looking at it. Let's go, because we got a great opportunity here for Seth to defend this belt, to have banging matches. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And as we said, it's a world title. So when we talk about Ric Flair being a 16-time world champion and John Cena being a 16-time world champion, well, if anyone gets this belt, it adds to that number. So straight away, it's prestigious just from that point of view, right? Because, everyone wants to be a 13, 14, 15. Ideally, someone wants to be a 17 and get the record time world champion. Well, this belt will help you do it. So for that reason alone, it's important. It's got importance. It's an important belt that elevates it above the Intercontinental belt. So I'm excited to see what we're going to do with that as well. And as we said, there's some great stuff going on in the women's division. Asuka, of course, winning the title. I thought that was a surprise. So we're going to be seeing, probably hearing from Bianca tonight and the Asuka situation. So everywhere you turn, there's just like some interesting things going on. So it's a great time. So Sean G, shout out to you, dudes. Defcon Eric says, Days, it's Jack. Who would win, Megtron or Apocalypse? Well, I can't answer that because I don't know who either of those are. But maybe someone in the chat can answer it. Who would win in a battle between Megtron and Apocalypse, please? Thank you. I'm guessing they're Pokemon. I don't know. Are they Transformers? I'm going to say Transformers. Is there a Megtron? There's a Megatron. Isn't there a Megatron? I think there's a Megatron. I've never heard of Apocalypse, though. No, I've heard of Bumblebee. Wasn't Bumblebee voiced by, John Cena or something? I think Bumblebee might have been John Cena. The correct answer there is Megatron or Apocalypse. The winner would be Bumblebee because it's actually John Cena. Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba. Let's go. Right, William said, do you think Money in the Bank is a good time to bring back Alexa? I think you can bring back Alexa anytime, but I think that I don't think we necessarily need to wait for a certain point to bring Alexa back. I think you could bring her back tonight. As we build towards Money in the Bank, you could make the argument that she should be in the match and could win the briefcase, So I think bring her whenever. The only thing you need when you bring her back, I don't think you need to specifically wait for something. I just think you need to have a storyline ready. So when she comes back, what WWE can be guilty of is, okay, this person's ready to come back. What can we do with them? Okay, well, let's have them feud with such and such, and we'll build towards like a program in the summer or something. They bring them back, do that, and then there's nothing. They just haven't got anything lined up. And so, someone can come back, and then we waste that sort of, what did we do with, what have we been doing with Carrion? He came in, and he feuded a bit with Drew. And then, I don't know, there's been him and Ray for a little bit. And then didn't he try to do something with Nakamura? But Nakamura got drafted. And what have we done with Johnny Gargano? Johnny Gargano got called up, kind of feuded with Theory. He was put with Loomis for a bit. And then he, I think, got a bit of an injury. And now we just don't know what to do with him. Granted, it looks like we're doing something now. We've got The Way kind of going, which is really cool, and I'm excited. But I feel like we've just been through a big period of like not really doing much with him. Same can be said with Candice LeRae as well. What have we, since she got called up, what have we done with her? So I think WWE can be very guilty of bringing people back, calling people up, doing these shocks, surprises, moments, and then not following up on it. And they're not alone. I mean, this is a problem in a lot of different companies, but I think with Alexa, it would be especially problematic because Alexa is dark and moody and part of the funhouse. And is she joining Bray? And, her story, you can't really bring her back and then have her go missing again for, ages. Like you need, she's very specific. The same with Bray. Like they're very story driven. So you need to have a story. So I wouldn't say like, should we wait for Money in the Bank? Should we wait for SummerSlam? Should we do it tonight? Should we do it here? Should we do it there? I think just do it whenever, because every show needs a moment. For the rest of time. Every SmackDown, every Raw, every NXT, every pay-per-view especially, are going to want and need moments. OMG moments, returns, shocks, surprises, right? So I think you can just do it whenever. But have you got the story to follow up when she does return? Have you got that next part of the story? And that's been the problem, because apparently Bray has been the one writing that story, and obviously he's not around, and she apparently is ready to wrestle, ready to return, but she can't because he's not about, and they don't know quite where the direction is going to go with this story because it's being written by Bray. So it's all like, I feel sorry for her. Her career's kind of a little bit in limbo right now. So I don't know. I mean, they hired a writer, didn't they? And I wonder if they've said to Bray, like, let's take Alexa and let's take some of this responsibility off whilst we'll do some stuff whilst you're off. Once you're back, then, we'll see where we get to. Because we still don't know when he's coming back either. So that's another surprise, another moment that's kind of lined up for the future. So yeah, let's get going, man. Let's just get her back. I'd say get her back ASAP, and let's get going. James said, for me, out of all the 4 pay-per-views, AEW Double or Nothing was the worst, says James. Okay, thank you. I mean, I haven't had anyone, I mean, you're the first to tell me that, but I've had a good chunk of people, as I say, tell me that between that and NXT was the better show. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know. They're in a weird position, and they have been for quite a while now. I mean, I would say probably going back since last September, maybe even slightly before that, AEW, like, I don't know, maybe it was when Punk went away. It kind of felt like things took a bit of a step backwards. Things kind of just, I don't know, just lost some of its magic, lost some of its momentum. And I think there was definitely moments. And I remember earlier this year, we were just desperate. I mean, I was like close to stopping watching. And I said, look, let's just get through to, I think it was Revolution. And we got to Revolution. Revolution was all right. It was all right. I don't remember it being mind-blowing, but I remember it being all right. And I was like, okay, right, well, we've got a few things happening, right? At least we've got this. There's something going on now, right? And that was kind of enough to, like, just keep it going. But I can't say that it's kicked on from that point. I mean, like, it's just spinning its wheels. That's how it feels. So I don't know. There's people out there that are loving it. There's people out there that just think it's great, that, just have such a great time with it. And I wish them all the best. I think it's brilliant. I think if you find a wrestling show that speaks to you, brilliant. I ain't got any problem with them being around. I ain't got any problem with, whatever they want to do. And there's an audience for it. I mean, they get a nice audience. It's good audience size. 850,000 in this day and age. It's not bad for wrestling. I mean, that makes it probably the 3rd biggest wrestling show in America, for example, just behind Raw and SmackDown. So it's not to be sniffed at, is it? In all fairness. I mean, yeah, you can get into a conversation about how much money it costs to, to pay for the roster and all that kind of stuff. That ain't my concern, is it? That's Tony Khan's concern. He's the one that's got to balance the books and whatever, and he might be doing that. I mean, rumors are they could be getting a nice paycheck on the way with the new TV deal. So, financially, it might be all right. It might cover itself and everything, and there's an audience for it. So, yeah, it is what it is. Sean G, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the support. Says Days, friends and I were discussing AJ Styles. They believe he's being wasted in WWE and he'd be better in AEW. Do you think he is okay not winning titles and just working, or is he being wasted? I think it's an interesting conversation because my counter argument to that would have been, well, up until the Wembley show, what's the pinnacle that he could achieve in AEW? Like, the biggest thing he could achieve on AEW would be main event in a show that gets 800 and some thousand views, right? And their biggest pay-per-views are in arenas that get 15,000 people, right? So him being wasted in WWE compared to going to AEW, where he's going to be on a much, much smaller scene show. As we said, in America, about 1.8 million tune in for Raw, about 2.1 tune in for SmackDown. And as we just said, about 850,000 tune in for AEW. So if we're talking about his reach, about him being seen by people, about his brand, about his impact, if you will, right? Surely him doing whatever he's doing in WWE has got to be more beneficial from that point of view, right? Because he can be at big shows. I mean, he's just been over in Saudi Arabia in front of 30-some thousand people. I think it's 35,000 at the Jeddah Superdome. Obviously, we do WrestleManias as well. Plenty of people at the Rumble. There'll be 60-odd thousand at SummerSlam. I'm sure he'll be on that card. Whereas with AEW, they're not doing shows of that size, but they do have Wembley, and that could be the start. But if you look at how they're struggling to sell tickets in America, some of the big stories have been that Double or Nothing was really struggling with its ticket sales. I wouldn't feel confident that they could do big shows in America right now. I don't know. I really don't know if they were to book a 40,000 stadium in America. I really don't think they would fill it. In Europe, where they've not been before, and this is the first time they're coming over, there's a hunger for it because there's European fans that have never seen AEW live, and that's very special, and that is unique, and you can only really tap into that once, and a show of this size, you're going to really be, this is like an AEW festival in a way, isn't it? So all the big AEW fans that love the product all over Europe easily can get to London. It's obviously one of the hubs of Europe, one of the major cities in the world. And so people can easily get to it, can go to London, go to Wembley Stadium. It's easy to get to, plenty of hotels, transport's easy, loads of restaurants, blah, 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 blah. Lovely, great day out. Lovely. Yeah. But I mean, you can't do that every year. You can't do Wembley every year and sell out Wembley every year. I don't think they'll be able to sell Wembley again next year. I think a large part of the appeal is the fact this is the first time. Now, we do know that European, certainly UK wrestling fans love their wrestling, right? Wrestling is so popular in this country. It always has been, actually. And it's so popular that, I don't know. I mean, we don't have big promotions here. So we have little indie promotions, but we don't have a big national promotion, right? We don't have the British Wrestling Federation where we've got all our big stars that go around the country and we watch them on TV. We don't have that. You could make an argument there is a need for that. And, it's been looked at. ITV obviously brought back World of Sport and tried to get that going again and struggled. WWE did NXT UK. That obviously struggled. We've seen, a couple of indie promotions doing well. There is a hunger for it, but the problem you've got is that you need stars. And, without name value, name star power, you need your Edges, your Sami Zayn, your Roman Reigns. Like, you need these stars to get the thing off the ground, and where you going to find them from? Ready-made Roman Reigns. So that's why it struggled. But there is a hunger for it. This is why, as soon as those stars do come over, your CM Punks and everything from America, your Jerichos, UK fans, European fans go, lovely, lovely, thank you very much. So there is a hunger for it over here. But even so, I don't think that you would sell out Wembley every single year. I think that a large part of the appeal is the fact that this is the first time. So with that being said, from an Impact point of view, would AJ be better going to AEW and his brand and all of that? I would say no. From a wrestling point of view, would he be better going over to AEW? Well, I think you can definitely make the argument on that front. But I don't know how better it would be. If you look at Danielson, for example, Danielson has had some great matches, right? I mean, he's had like the Iron Man match and everything. He's fought Kenny Omega. He's had a match with MJF, but we've also used him in Blackpool Combat Club, which I heard the main event was very good, Anarchy in the Arena, which it was a brawl. I mean, that's not really like a wrestling match per se. That's just them fighting all over the arena. It's like a street fight, right? So I don't really know how much that would count, but it is what it is. It's a street fight type situation. But if you have a look at like what Danielson has done over there, there's been a lot of Blackpool Combat Club multi-person matches, tag matches, things along those lines. He has had good singles matches. Certainly can't deny that. But I don't know. Has this felt like it's been amazing for Danielson? Has this been incredible for Danielson? Are people losing? I mean, people aren't tuning in for Danielson. As we said, like 850,000, the ratings. So AJ Styles could go to AEW. I think he would have matches with Kenny Omega. He would have a match with MJF. He could face the likes of Adam Cole. There's matches definitely over there for him, right? The counter argument would be that there are matches in WWE for him. And don't forget that he broke his ankle in January. So Triple H took over in, June time. So you can sort of say that Triple H was getting his feet under the table for the first few months. I think you could probably have a look at how AJ was being used towards the end of last year. That's when we brought in the OC for him. He wanted Gallows and Anderson. They went and got Gallows and Anderson. I don't think that if AJ didn't want them, I don't think we would have brought them in. But he wanted Gallows and Anderson, so we went and got Gallows and Anderson. We brought in Michin as well, Mia Yim. We put her with OC. I don't know that was his idea, but we brought in Michin and we, solidified the OC. They had a little feud with Judgment Day. And then at the start of this year, he broke his ankle and he's not long come back. So my counter argument would be that under Vince, I think he had a good start. And I think things were great for a few years. Then I think definitely we started to use him to help others. So he was in a tag team with Amos for way too long, right? But we did that to try and get Amos over and to try and, create this giant that hopefully was going to be good in ring, put him next to AJ, learn the ropes, all that kind of stuff. Well, we did sacrifice AJ in order to, get Amos further developed. So that was a calculated kind of risk. That's not I suppose you can argue we wasted AJ, but it's not wasting AJ. We're trying to use AJ to improve Amos. Did it work? No, probably not. Right? Was it a waste? Probably. But there was method to the madness, right? It's not like we just did it for some reason. Like there was a reason to do it. So I would say that I can definitely see the argument up until Vince leaves. I think once Triple H takes over, though, I think Triple H was showing that he was interested in building the faction again around AJ, doing something with AJ. AJ then gets injured and he's only recently come back. as soon as he comes back, he gets to the final of this heavyweight title tournament. I don't think you can argue with that, getting to the final of it. Granted, he hasn't won it, but he got to the final of it. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be like world titles in his future. To be honest, I don't think him winning the AEW world title would be of interest to him. I don't think that belt necessarily means a great deal, right? So I don't think he's looking at the AEW world championship thinking, oh, I need to get to AEW, man. I need to get that world title. The only reason he would look at AEW is to have banging matches, right? He would look at Kenny. He would look at Danielson. He would look at Adam Cole. He would look at Switchblade Jay White. He would look at, you know, you can name a good chunk of people. He would be looking at them, not the belts. And there's no reason why he can't have banging matches in WWE once again, now that Triple H is booking and now that we've got, him back from his injury and we've built the OC around him. Let's see. Let's see what happens for the rest of this year. I think if Triple H is going to just have them sat in catering or put them in nothing feuds, right, and it's all going to feel just flat and like he's an afterthought, then I think you could make the argument he should go to AEW because there's great matches over there for him. But I think under Triple H, he'll be booked just fine. So a long answer, but I really like the question. I found it an engaging question. So I wanted to give you as good an answer as I could. So I think I can see why your friends would say that. And but I think, as we said, from a brand point of view, I think it's better to be in WWE. I think there's matches for him in WWE. And I think that with Triple H now booking, it's better that he stays and sees how the next, say, 6 months go. I don't know when his contract's up. I don't know when his deal's up. But, I think he's someone they won't want to lose. I think Triple H definitely wants to do something with him. I think Triple H has shown that as well by building up the OC and having him get to the final of that tournament. And I expect they'll do some good stuff with him. I think they'll use him well. Big Time says NXT is a good product, but wrestlers like Hank Walker, Charlie Dempsey, Eddie Thorpe, Gallus, Noam Dar, Nathan Frazier, there's a lack of character, generic look. How do these people have it factor? Well, I mean, you not everyone is going to have an it factor. Not all of those people are going to be main event stars, or we're not looking for them to be main event stars. Some of them are going to be put into tag teams. Some of them will be fodder in, say, factions. Some of them might even be like enhancement talent. I mean, don't forget Dana Brooke came through NXT, and she's just been used as enhancement talent. You've got people like Akira Tozawa, who's obviously come through like the developmental system, just low cards. Do you know what I mean? Los Lotharios, Angel Garza, Humberto Carrillo. Like the people that have got the it factor will find their way to the top, right? If you've got the it factor, there's probably a good chance that you naturally find it. For those that haven't found it, WWE will have to try a few things to try and find it and try and bring it out of them. I think what WWE looks for is they look for people that have got a good look, right? I mean, a good look is important. So you're looking for a good look, but you're looking for people that are natural athletes. You're looking for people that are safe, obviously, in the ring and pick things up and, can talk with confidence and cut good promos. And I think they focus on those types of things. And then they just try different things with them. So, a lot of those names that you've mentioned, or some of those names you've mentioned, that might not be their final form. So we might have to try a few different things with them, a few different gimmicks to find what works. An example would be with Noam Dar. I really like Noam Dar. I think Noam Dar's really good. I think that he is someone that you can argue doesn't have the it factor, but he is entertaining in his segments. So he might not be the next Roman Reigns, but I don't think anyone's expecting him to be the next Roman Reigns. It's just, can he entertain in his matches and entertain in his segments? Can he deliver that? And we just did something interesting with him. We've just put him in a faction. So Jakara Jackson, who I must admit, I've seen her around. We haven't seen her wrestle much. She's not really on my radar. She's on my radar now. I'm looking at this girl, and as I said, you get like Bianca vibes from her because she is attractive. She's sporty. I mean, that's probably the biggest connection. Like, she's wearing trainers. She's wearing like tracksuit bottoms. She looks very athletic. She looks like the kind of girl that's going to be doing flips and moonsaults and all that kind of stuff. She looks very... I wouldn't be surprised if she had a background in like gymnastics or cheerleading or something like this, right? So I'm looking at this woman. I'm like, okay, I'm interested. What are we... what can she do? I expect her to be green, super, super green. But I don't know. You kind of look at her and you're like, yeah, there's something there. She's got a good look. She seems to have some swagger about her, some confidence. Her matches are going to be green, but I don't know. Let's see what comes out of this faction. Lash Legend. I don't know, man. I'm really not sold on Lash Legend, but we'll see what comes out of this faction. I think putting her in a faction is a great move. Oro Mensah is a good wrestler. I think he just lacks a bit of charisma. Again, putting him in a faction. Noam Dar can talk, so he can do some of the talking. Hopefully the others will learn from it. And yeah, I'm really interested in this new group that's arrived in NXT. Don't know what they're going to be called. Hopefully we find out on Tuesday. But yeah, it's a case of trying a few different things with them. I must admit, I don't get Hank Walker. I don't get it. I don't look at Hank Walker. I can't see why he's there. Hank Walker to me doesn't do anything great in the ring. He's not a great talker. He hasn't got a great look. He looks like a substitute teacher to me, right? He isn't jacked or ripped. I can't explain Hank Walker. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how he got through the tryout. He's not someone that you necessarily look at and go, him. Definitely him. We need to sign him. He's the kind of person that you would think would be turned down at a tryout. So I don't get Hank Walker. I've never understood Hank Walker being in NXT. I'm open. I hope it works. I hope he picks it up and he goes on to be a great star. And I hope he finds whatever, is going to give him that it factor. But I think, I look at, say, look, Nathan Frazier had a banging match in AEW. There was a lot of buzz online, so they signed him. He went over to NXT UK. He can do some stuff in the ring. He can go in the ring. I would say that charisma-wise, on the mic-wise, he hasn't found his voice. I think that's probably the best way of putting it. But I think, try a few different things. He might find his voice. Noam Dar, I think, can talk. And actually, his match at Battleground was good. It started off a little slow, but at the end, it was really good. So I really like Noam Dar. Gallus, well, they're brawlers, aren't they? They're cut from the same cloth as Sheamus. They're like, go to the pub, drink beer. You could see Sheamus hanging out with Gallus. So, I mean, it depends how you feel about Sheamus is probably how you feel about Gallus. But they feel legit. They feel like brawlers. They feel like kind of old school wrestlers in a way. The kind of guys that would go to a bar after the match and you don't really want to start any trouble with them. Certainly not Wolfgang, who's got a decent size to him as well. So Gallus, yeah, they've got legitimacy. They're all right in the ring. I think their characters are probably a bit more developed than anything else. But as we said, in ring they're all right. It's a bit of chemistry between them as well. They've been teaming for a while. But yeah, I mean, look, are they like the Usos or anything like this? But no, I mean, they're not meant to be. As we said, they're a kind of team you could see getting called up, getting chucked with Sheamus. So there's a bit of variation there. You talk about a lot of different personalities, a lot of different skill sets. And I think that variety is what helps, really make wrestling so good, so special, is that you can watch brawlers, you can watch high flyers, you can watch people that can talk well, you can watch people that have got gimmicks that are really heavy gimmicks, like Bray or Alexa when she's quite, dark Alexa. So you've got gimmicks, you've got people that are pretty close to themselves, like Bianca. You've got athletic types, you've got powerhouses, brawlers. You've got this tapestry, this rich tapestry of all these different styles and the variety. And I think that's what you've got there. There's a lot of variety in those examples that you give. Aaron, shout out to you. Aaron said, I think Bryan Danielson is a great mind for creative. Yeah, I agree. I think Danielson in creative is, well, I mean, it's good to hear that that's what Tony's doing. Tony said that he was starting to lean on Danielson more for creative. It's a no-brainer in it. You know, you're talking about one of the best in-ring talents that's out there. The only thing I would say is I think he's very good in-ring talent when it comes to putting matches together. And I think that he is good at kind of steering his own character, if you will. I think we're still to see kind of how he is at booking other people and shows and things along those lines. I mean, I don't know what experience he's necessarily got of doing that. I mean, if you're in wrestling and you enjoy wrestling, you're always going to have a certain level of ability to book, right? I mean, even kids with figures book their own shows, right? I mean, I don't know if they're any good, of course, but we all do it, don't we, as we're growing up? We're all, you know, if you're a fan when you're young, you're booking from a very young age. I think it's offensive to say to wrestling fans that, like, you know, you don't know what you're on about, you can't book, all this kind of stuff. Because I think for many wrestling fans, you do it from a young age. It's something that people are passionate about. I mean, look at the clamor for My GM to be included in the video game, because My GM allows you to book your own shows, and people love doing that. That's, you know, something that people enjoy doing. There's figure channels on YouTube where they love booking their own figure shows, you know. And fantasy booking, we've seen fantasy booking. I know they used to do that on What Culture. So, you know, this is something that wrestling fans love doing, and a lot of it is really good. A lot of it, you could argue, is better than what WWE give us as well. So I think Danielson, of course, is going to have an ability to do booking to a degree, but I don't know that it's going to be. I don't know how good it is. I don't know, like, if it's going to be something that's going to make for, you know, mind blowing television. Something that's going to, like, revolutionize the business or whatever. But I mean, he's a great wrestling mind, so you would imagine that he should be able to come up with some really good stuff. I don't know what it is he's actually booking. I don't know if there is anything specific, but I know that Tony has said that he is going to Danielson more to get some ideas. So I don't know. Brilliant. Yeah. Why not? You got one of the best in-ring wrestlers of this generation. Got to think he's more than capable with coming up with some really interesting stuff. I mean, at the very least, when he talks, you listen, don't you? Simple as that. You know, when he talks, you listen. And it's good to hear that Tony is doing that. So, yeah, I agree, Aaron. I agree. LA Dort Knight said, stop waiting and hoping for Bray to come back. Let it happen organically. Let it surprise you. Like when a woman and a man goes out and have a beer, do sports, don't sit and fester. I have no idea what that last part was. I mean, I was so with you up until that last part, and then I just got really confused. Andy said, Gunter is awesome. Give Gargano a push. Yeah, I think they are. I think we should be seeing something to do with the way tonight. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we come up with. We may get an answer to the whole he is coming back stuff that Johnny has been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks. So we'll see. I mean, this show is normally a good show, the one that's straight after a pay-per-view, because normally you do end feuds at pay-per-views, not all of them, but some of them. And so it means that there's a need to start some new directions. And that's what we should get tonight. So with that being said, the show is starting. Let's go. Let's see what we've got in store for us on Raw. I don't know what the show's opening with. Cody, maybe? Cody with an announcement that he's going away for a little bit. I don't know that that's what's happening, but he has got a broken arm. Kojiko, there we go. Kojiko says, the mischievous penguin couldn't resist tickling the tootsies of his frosty friends, sending them into fits of giggles on the icy tundra. Do you know what? What I've took away from that is tundra. I love that word. Any message that's got the word tundra in is always goated, in my opinion. So I don't know what that's from. some sort of kids book maybe, but fits of giggles on the icy tundra. Count me in. Count me in. Coach Co, I hope you're well. Coach Co was at NXT Battleground last night. Had a great time there. And as we said, Dijak and Dragunov, what a great match that was. An absolute banger. An absolute banger. Outlaw Angel said, fun fact, in 2013, a woman in India had to have surgery to remove a football-sized fecal mass after going 45 days without a bowel movement. I mean, we've got very different interpretations of fun. I mean, you started that with fun facts. I would probably say, here's a fact. Right? I don't know I would have included the word fun because I'm struggling to find the fun, if I'm being perfectly truthful. I don't think anyone involved in that was having fun, right? Not even the fecal mass. I don't even think was having fun, although it's a day out. I mean, literally a day out. I don't know. Maybe that did have fun. But I don't think the doctors were having fun, and I certainly don't think that woman was having fun, right? And me visualizing it, I'm not having fun. And I have visualized it because you did a great job of describing it. So shout out to you. Days, firing up that $1 million man e-faces. You can't control your face when smoking it. I'm still peeing blood from this weekend of wrestling. Jeez. Thank you. R.I.P. Weird Alien Aubrey Edwards. R.I.P. Weird Alien Aubrey Edwards. R.I.P. She has gone back to her people. God bless her. Right, we are... Please welcome... Oh! The World Heavyweight Champion! Seth opens the show. Please welcome the World Heavyweight Champion. It does have a nice ring. He's coming out the crowds. Cameras have gone over to the crowd. There is Seth freaking Rollins in black, making his way through the crowds. Crowd singing away. It's a good visual, man. It's a real good visual. Burn it down. World Heavyweight freaking champ sign. So, Seth making his way through the crowds. It's going to take him ages. Everyone's just wanting to... My wife would leave me for Rhea Ripley sign. Look at that woman. Look at that woman. She was like trying to get a picture. Seth went behind and went... Ah! And as soon as she took the picture, she was like... She was so excited. Oh, man. That picture she needs to put that picture on social media. That picture's going to look sick. Because he proper posed for her. He proper posed. She was so excited. Have you ever been so excited that your legs start going? Like, you start doing, like, jogging on the spot? I just saw the replay. It's amazing. I've never been that excited. I've never been that excited where my legs go. Just running on the spot. That's exactly what she did. I love that woman. She was so excited. Right, he's running around. He's finally got down to the ring area. He's doing laps. Touching all the fans. Not in that way. We've got red carpet down. Looks lovely. Looks like we're about to do the Brother Love show or Piper's Pit. Seth Rollins, cool side plates. Yeah, Seth Rollins side plates on. Pyro shooting up. BBB Yipsy. I know it's not a holiday where you live, but happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day. Played the song back to Ypsilanti in your honor today. Yes. Oh, man, that conversation must have been years ago now. It has always stuck with me, though. I always say Yipsy. Yeah, very cool. Crowd are singing away. As he's in the ring, he's got his arms outstretched. There's confetti that's rained down, pyro that's shot into the skies. Big smile on his face. It's cool. Big way to start the show. I'm not a fan of this singing along, right? I know it's a bit Scrooge of me, but I just find it a bit annoying. But I will forgive it for this moment because he's just won the World Heavyweight Championship. He's in good spirits. The crowd have come for a good time. I'll allow it this time. Normally, though, when he's just walking out for a normal episode of Raw and we have to listen to this every flipping week like Judas. Was me, Edin. Right, but this week it is a celebration. We are celebrating. And Seth's in the ring. Albany, New York. Oh, yeah, we're in New York. Welcome to Monday Night's Rollins. Monday Night Rollins. That was when it was the best. He's a visionary. A revolutionary. Happy Memorial Day, Louise. Should I make a mammy sign when I go to Raw, says Riot Love. Do it. Whatever your heart says. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah, man. He does. He knows though as well. I don't think this moment is going to touch him. I think inside he's going, yeah, I do. You're right. You're damn right. I should have had it ages ago. Deserve it. Looking out at the fans making great noise. This is exactly how they would have wanted this show to have started, you know. Brilliant energy. It really is a celebration. I am World Heavyweight Champion, says Seth. I like how he's wearing black as well. It makes the title kind of stand out a little more. If he was wearing some of his wacky attire, you know, it might just get lost. If he was wearing like leopard print. But he's all in black. It makes the title look really good. I want to focus on the future, says Seth. Monday Night Raw has got a champion that wants to be here. A champion that's going to be here. A champion that's ready for a fight. Well, who's going to step up? Drew. I'm thinking Drew. Thank you, Seth. We got thank you, Seth. And we've got his entrance song being sung. Ready for a fight. He wants to fight. He wants all the fights. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter where you come from. The result will always be the same. That is me every Monday night. Oh, he's making them sing his song again. Okay. Champion who doesn't mind wearing a VW hubcap, said Alex. Why does Ryback get so much heat? Don't know, but I tell you what, if his music hit now, that'd be pretty sick. I'm down for seeing Ryback against Seth. It's not Ryback. AJ Styles. Here's AJ. They don't want none. Isn't he a SmackDown superstar? Brand split. No, let him off. Let him off. Let him off. Calm down, guys. Let him off. They did fight at the weekend for the title. I'm sure he's got something to say. Want none. They don't want none. There's quite a height difference, isn't there? Or is Seth just wearing flipping Spice Girl shoes? Seth puts his glasses down. I don't want none. He's got his gold fingernail nail polish or whatever it is. He is wearing heels. I know I'm meant to be on SmackDown. I couldn't resist coming here to Monday Night Raw. He's going to congratulate him. Say congratulations. Congratulations and celebrations. It's like you knew what I was going to do before I did it, says AJ. You deserve it. So AJ says congratulations, and he says you deserve it. Oh. I don't think you deserve anything. What's going on? Hang on. What's there? I didn't see this coming. These are Versace glasses, by the way. I just saw the word Versace. Oh, okay. He flip reversed it. I don't think you deserve anything. You earned it. Crowd starts singing Seth's song again. Versace glasses? I'm so done with Seth chanting, but if you are in the stadium, it's special, says LA Dynamite. After the beating I gave you, you earn this. And Seth puts his hand out. Seth shaking AJ's hands. Handshake between the two. I'd like it. Respect between two great performers. Lovely, lovely. Judgment Day. Judgment Day. Judgment Day coming out. Here's Finn Balor. Finn Balor. Finn's like on the verge of throwing up. Is this making you guys feel sick? Whatever this is making me want to puke. He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke. Rhea. Judgment Day. We run Monday Night Raw. Seth cackles. He has a little laugh to himself. Oh. They're going to team up. AJ's going to turn on Seth, says Kervin. Okay, so Judgment Day run the entire WWE, apparently. That's breaking news. We beat the undisputed tag team champions, says Finn. From the champion to just another one. Could be Big Damien. Could be Finn. It could be Dum Dum. Yeah, look at the booze. Could be Dum Dum. Dum Dum might get that belt from Seth. AJ and Seth burst out laughing. Dum's like, I beat you, AJ. I mean, that's true, he did, actually. There's no comeback for that. Yeah, he did. He shut him up. You suck, you suck, you suck, you suck. It's a fun segment. We saw you two clowns beat each other half to death. Judgment Day will finish the job tonight. Loud boos for Dominic. Did you hear that, Seth? It almost sounds like they challenged us. Seth accepts. So there we go. Looks like we're getting a tag match. Any two of you against the two of us on my show, Monday Night Rollins. Rhea didn't like that. She thinks it's Monday Night Ripley. What show Raw put on at Night of Champions, says Linda. TJE said, so is no one going to bring up AJ being a SmackDown star on Raw? He brought it up, he said. He said when he came out, he said, I know I'm meant to be on SmackDown. But I just wanted to come here to congratulate Seth. And then what's he meant to do? Because he was congratulating Seth and then the Judgment Day came out. And now he's ended up in a match. Right, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, live tonight. We've also got the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship Fatal 4-Way coming up tonight. And Money in the Bank. Shinsuke Nakamura takes on Bronson Reed. That's one of our matches. We've also got Miz against Ricochet. Kieran says, hope there is a shocking return at Money in the Bank. Could be. I'm sure Triple H tends to give something, doesn't he? He tends to make his premium live events. I mean, Night of Champions was great. WrestleMania was very well received. Elimination Chamber in Montreal was memorable. The Royal Rumble definitely delivered. Backlash, I would say, is the weakest of them, but it was still a good show. It was fine. Still a good show. I think Night of Champions was really good. So yeah, there's I think you can go into Money in the Bank full of optimism. Robert says, with Roman celebrating 1,000 days, what do you expect on SmackDown? We spoke about this. I think it was during NXT Battlegrounds. I think that he is going to be angry. I think he's going to be upset. I would like to see him not be sat in his locker room. I want to see him like taking his frustration out, like trashing things, maybe trashing his locker room, trashing corridor, backstage areas, just not knowing what to do, confused. You know, it's all imploding. It's all falling down around him, and he's not in control of it. And you know that's got to be reflected in his mannerisms. You know, he's got to show that he's not in control. And he knows he's not in control. But I like the idea of Heyman saying, like, look, we need to get the Usos back. Heyman's the wise man. So he will know it's better to have the Usos on board than not on board. So I like the idea of Roman having to try and find a way of bringing them back, but he can't bite his lip. And I'm expecting a tense main event segment where there's a confrontation. Usos come out quite gingerly. He tries to, I don't know if he's going to try and be nice, but like he's going to try and get them back. And then, you know, don't happen. It ain't going to work, is it? It's too explosive. There's too much water under the bridge, and, you know, something will happen. Someone will attack someone. And I think we're well on our way to Roman solo against the Usos. So I don't expect them to go back with Roman or anything like this. I don't think that you could definitely do like Jay going, is this the right thing? Are you sure this is what you want? I think Jimmy's made his mind up. I don't think Jimmy is in any doubt that leaving the bloodline's the right thing. So I don't think Jimmy's conflicted. Jay was already out the door at Royal Rumble. He said he only came back for his brother. So I don't think Jay's going to need much persuading. Jimmy seems to be out. I can't really see too much of a direction for us to have a what shall we do. Jimmy's made it very clear at the end of Night of Champions. It's me and you now. It's me and you now. So I feel like he made it very clear. And as we said, I think Jay was pretty much done after Rumble anyway. When he came back, he said to Jimmy he was only coming back for his brother. So Roman could try to smooth things over. He's not really meaning it, but he just knows that, it's better to have the Usos on side than not on side. So I'm expecting something along those lines. That's what I'm going into Friday expecting. I expect it to fail. And I expect us to build towards a tag match. Whether that happens at Money in the Bank, I'm not sure. But I think Roman has been announced for that show. So it would suggest that, could happen. Right, we've got Adam Pearce. I know AJ was drafted to SmackDown. That's the match. I think it's incredible. Hang on, Adam Pearce going over. Here's AJ. Here's Seth. I'm trying to work through the red tape. What red tape? Are you afraid of Dom? I'm a professional. I always have my gear. That's an interesting line. Feels like a little knock to someone. Okay, so Pearce makes it official. Am I alone in thinking this isn't enormous? I mean, Seth and AJ against Judgment Day in a bit of a throwaway tag match. Don't know. They're making it out like it's flipping Andre against Hogan. I'm trying to make this official. There's a lot of red tape to work through. It's done nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's a tag match. Just do it. I mean, I'd imagine you'll get in trouble for not having a bigger main event, if I'm being truthful. If you need to get it cleared, it's probably because they're going, I think we can do better than that. No, this will do. Listen, the crowd were right on board. They were cheering. They're buying it. They're buying it. Yeah, we'll just run with this. It'll be fine. All right, love you. Bye. Right, we are underway with Miz and Ricochet. Miz versus Ricochet. I love AJ Seth duo, says Bryson. Who's had him on the phone to? Vince or Triple H? Oh. Or Endeavor. Ari Emanuel. AJ is not going to have his gear and he's going to have to wrestle in Seth's outlandish outfits or his pants. Like when you're at school and you haven't got your outfit. That was an interesting line, actually. It didn't necessarily feel like that line needed to be in there. I wonder if there was a wrestler that was meant to wrestle but couldn't because they didn't have their gear or something. I don't know. And there's just a little inside little dig in there, maybe not. Did feel like a bit of a strange line to put in. Still torching that gobbledygooker greens. Bailey will be on tonight. No, she's SmackDown now. But then so's AJ. I miss her and those bun shakes. Will Ty and Sammy name their baby TK, Khan Jr. or Sammy Jr.? I bet it was fun to make. I hope they do name it Tony Khan Jr. That would be sick. Or All Elite. Call it All Elite. Little baby All Elite. Miz in control at the moment as Ricochet is on the outside. Miz climbing up. So this is a Money in the Bank qualifying match, by the way. So there are things at stake for this. Miz against Ricochet, looking for the cover as Ricochet kicks out. Miz grabbing a hold of Ricochet. Is Gobbledygooker coming back? If there's a god. Samantha on ringside, blushing, watching Ricochet's moves, says Bryson. I'm going for Ricochet to win over Miz. Yeah, we'll do a poll. We'll do a quick poll. I mean, I'd imagine this match is probably going to run for a little while. Let's go scores. Scores on the doors. Miz or Ricochet. Let's go. AJ Styles is like Kevin Owens being lost in WWE Raw before teaming up with Cena, says Richard. Besides the mammy sign, what other sign should I make? Whatever your heart desires. You're making a mammy sign. Do you need to make a dom-dom sign? That would be what I would be thinking. If you're going to show love for mammy, are you going to show love for dom-dom? Coach Co, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support, of course. Coach Co says, tickling doesn't directly cause someone to urinate. That's, I think, breaking news, actually. We've got some breaking news here. Tickling doesn't directly cause someone to urinate. Tickling is a sensation that can trigger laughter and sometimes a loss of control, but it does not specifically affect the bladder or the urinary system. So, guys, if you tickle someone and they wet themselves and they go, that's your fault for tickling, you can now turn around and say, that is not what Coach Co told me. Coach Co told me that tickling has no connection to the urinary system. So basically, they just wet themselves just of their own accord, right? So that's on them. That is on them, right? That is nothing to do with you. So feel free to do that. Tickle your friends and your family, and if they do urinate themselves, you've got a fact ready, haven't you? And now, in all fairness, I think that will take away the embarrassment. The fact they're standing there drenched in urine, I think the embarrassment will go away after you've provided that information. So, not a conversation I thought we were going to have, but one that I welcome all the same. William said, this Raw, I bet Endeavor called and is dropping SmackDown and Raw. They only want NXT now. Well, if the shows are going to be as good as Battlegrounds, we'll still be all right. Bailey is on tonight. She's in the tag 4-way. Oh, yes. Yes, good point. We do have SmackDown. I tell you what, this whole thing's covered in SmackDown stars. You're right. Because, I think we've got a couple of teams over from SmackDown and AJ over from SmackDown. They might as well just call this show WWE. It's not Raw. It's just WWE. We're watching WWE. Clearly, Ricochet, since they want high flyers, it does nothing for The Miz since he took Otis's briefcase, says Wisp. Is Miz a Hall of Famer? Yeah, I believe he is. He's got the longevity. He has main evented a WrestleMania. He's a two-time world champion. So, but I mean, like he's a workhorse, man. He's a workhorse. He has put so many people over, and I mean, just think of the hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I couldn't even put a time on it of TV time that he has had. How many hours of The Miz the WWE has presented us? Now, granted, not all of those hours were, top tier entertainment, but he has eaten up a lot of time for WWE. I think it's an absolute no-brainer that he goes in the Hall of Fame. Kick coming in there by Ricochet. Ricochet collides into The Miz. The Miz goes down. I think isn't The Miz got like a crazy amount of like intercontinental title reigns as well. So have a look actually. Let's see. Let's add up all his titles. Yeah, I know he's a Grand Slam champ and everything. He is a 2-time WWE champion. Oh, Ricochet goes into the corner. Miz charges over. Back elbow there by Ricochet. Ricochet going up. We was at commercial break, by the way. So, 2-time Intercontinental. Oh, 2-time WWE champion. 8-time Intercontinental. Bang! Spiked Ricochet. 1, 2. Oh, Ricochet with a shoulder up. 2-time United States champion. 4-time tag team champion, 2-time SmackDown tag team champion, 2-time World Tag Team champion, won the Mixed Match Challenge with Asuka, won Money in the Bank. He is a Triple Crown champion. He's a Grand Slam champion. He is the first 2-time Grand Slam champion. And more importantly, he is a 2-time Slammy Award winner. Most important. Roll through by Ricochet. 2. Reversal by Miz. 2. Oh. It is. I tell you what, fast-paced this. Fast-paced. Kick in the head by Ricochet. Over the top. That's sliced bread. Goes up, Ricochet. He's going to look for the splash. Goes up. Shooting star. Shooting star connects. 1, 2, 3. And Ricochet does it. Ricochet does it. Let's have a look. See how many people were right. It is 74% of you were right. 74% of you were correct. So Ricochet qualifies for Money in the Bank. If you're going to Money in the Bank, you're going to see Ricochet. So Ricochet. Very impressive. Corey Graves said it's just another Monday for Ricochet. Look at the size of that flipping sign. It's a massive sign. I think it's a Memorial Day. Okay, so Ricochet qualifies. Money in the Bank. Triple H probably had to convince the heck out of Vince for Ricochet to win that, says Kervin. Honestly, I don't think Vince has or is that involved anymore. I mean, I think Vince is interested in... like who the champs are and what we're doing with Roman and things like that. But like, who's going to be involved in the Money in the Bank ladder match? He might be interested in who's winning it, but I don't think he's interested in who's involved. So we are seeing Night of Champions, Trish and Zoe. We're seeing the blood. Here's Trish. Here's Trish. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so Trish making her way down to the ring. No sign of Zoe at the moment, but I'm sure she'll bring her out. She's coming up next. Commercial break first. Trish coming up next. Right. MJF obviously beats Miz on the mic and in ring. It's a stupid question, says Christopher. Mason says LA Knight or Montez Ford for Money in the Bank. It's got to be LA Knight in it. LA Knight's more over. And Montez is in a tag team at the moment. So I've got to think that you go LA Knight right now. I'd say there's more people that are clamoring for LA Knight to potentially win Money in the Bank than there are people clamoring for Montez Ford to win Money in the Bank. But I do agree, like, I think people would ideally like to see both going in. So we could see a bit of a draw or something along those lines. So we'll see how it plays out. It might be that both still find a way of getting in, but you'd probably go LA Knight, wouldn't you, at the moment? Splash Smoothie. WWE What Superstar Will Shine may go forward in Memorial Day. 29 days in 2023. I don't know what that means. Derek, shout out to you. It is Memorial Day. Day 29 in 2023. What does that mean? I feel like it's a code that I need to work out. Moljam said, I don't want to see WWE have 2 pay-per-views in 1 month. They should have 1 pay-per-view a month, says Moljam. Rip Torn fan said, Days, what happened to Drew? I don't know, actually. He went away, hasn't he? I don't know if there's a little injury there or if it's just a bit of time off. But we are expecting him to come back soon. I thought he might come back in the segment earlier, but he didn't. So I want to see the rest of that question, though. It disappeared. Did it go away? What happened to Drew? I think it went. Yeah, no, he's been away for a bit, but we are expecting him to come back soon. But Drew should be the Scottish psychopath again, says Moljam. The briefcase would be perfect for LA Knight, said Joe. Kervin said if Knight wins it, he should hold on to it for a while and build up the suspense. I agree. I completely agree. Dave's great stream yesterday. I'm enjoying Raw. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you. Appreciate it. James said Drew's been out with an injury. He had a death in the family. Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know he had a death in the family. Thank you, James. LA Knight is pretty decent, says Moljam. LA Knight had better win the briefcase, says Connor. If Knight wins, he should hold on to it. Briefcase would be perfect. Ricochet, I am happy that he's in Money in the Bank. It was his sister-in-law. X Music, my night's good, thank you. Almost 40 minutes into this show. So it's one of those shows that's kind of passing us by. I can't believe 40 minutes have gone already. We've had quite an interesting open. We've had a Miz match. And now we've got Trish in the ring. So we'll see what Trish has got to say. Here we go. Thank you, Trish. Medusa released her book as well, by the way. Alondra Blaze. She's got a new book out, which I didn't realize had come out. Really want to get that. Okay, so Ryan Gambler said, Days, how are you? Seth versus Balor at Money in the Bank. I'll be down for that. I also don't mind Balor being in the Money in the Bank match, though. I don't mind Balor with that briefcase. That could be pretty fun. So, yeah, Seth against Balor. Be fine. I said I'd beat Becky. And what did I do? I beat Becky Lynch. Just like that. Has she got a bruise on her chin? I think she has, hasn't she? Is this all bruised? Yeah, this is all bruised. Oh my God, look at that. I couldn't tell if it was a shadow or not, but it's not. It's a bruise. This is what you do when you're it. Or he just said something, but I didn't hear what he said. Yeah, that bruise, man, is nasty, isn't it? I'm so distracted by that bruise. I don't know what she's saying. I'm just looking at the bruise. Okay, she's talking about... Not that I needed help, but because she wanted to help. A superstar with more attitude, aggression. Someone that reminds me of me. Stand on your feet. Zoe Stark. So Trish introduces Zoe Stark. Look at that bruise. That bruise is horrible. Here's Zoe Stark. Zoe Stark wearing a thank you Trish top as well, which is a nice touch. That's a nice touch. So Zoe making her way down to the ring. I love this pairing. I think it's a great, great pairing. Zoe, who really enjoyed in NXT. She was out for a good chunk of time, though, with a knee injury. Who's raining down for Zoe. Who better to learn from than the OG herself? I could take a long, hard road like Becky, or I could be smart. Trish is so giving, so humble, so kind. Got some what chance? Thank you, Trish. This is a big segment for Zoe Stark. She is out there in front of thousands and thousands of people cutting a promo. What's on your face? Just got to ask, what's on your face? Little clunky. They spoke over each other. Little clunky. Here's Becky, though. Becky interrupts. Has Becky changed? Becky's wearing the exact same thing she was wearing 48 hours ago. Zoe, you're going to show me what's up. I'm going to ruin your life. Trish, you're in your gear. I'm in my gear. Why don't we restart that match? Okay, so Zoe is going after... didn't want Zoe to get treated with that quickly. Zoe got out the ring, just got absolutely decimated. Just flattened. Didn't want that. I think Zoe could have been a bit of a better barrier there. I think Zoe could have been given a little bit more. Becky in there collides into Trish. Zoe's back up. She just gets booted back down again. Shots coming in by Becky. Trish and Zoe have regrouped. Knee to the side of the head there. Zoe taking off her jacket. It's 2-on-1. Kicks coming in. Stomping away. Could someone help Becky? Seth around, or you know, is he all right with this? Zoe picking up, going for a knee strike, little clunky. Crowd are booing as Becky is being destroyed by these two. Becky no mates in it. Becky no mates. Big right hand by Trish, connects on Becky. Becky goes down. Set her up. So they've got Becky in the corner. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to put the t-shirt on her or something? I think they're trying to put the t-shirt on her. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's good. I'm glad they did it that way and they didn't try to put it over her head, because that could have been an awkward segment. Instead, they just slumped her in the corner and, like, draped it over her. That's better. I didn't need to sit here for the next half an hour watching them struggle putting that t-shirt on Becky. Because you know that was going to go wrong. Yeah, that was going wrong. Yeah, there's some all right stuff there. I like this pairing. I wish Zoe hadn't have done what flipping, that's the kind of thing you expect from J&J Security. That's the kind of thing you expect from the Singh brothers. Those kind of jobbers that run out of the ring, go charging at someone, just get flattened. That's just what happened with Zoe. Thankfully, they regrouped. They're able to stand tall. And Becky is slumped in the corner with a thank you Trish shirt draped over her. Yeah, all right. Who's going to help Becky, though? Who's going to help big time? Could be another good opportunity for someone, couldn't it? We've got a young gun paired up with Trish. Could we put another young gun with Becky now? Who is there? Let's have a look. WWE Raw roster. Who can we get? Who's lost? Nikki Cross is a bit lost. List of personnel. Let's go down to Raw Women. Women's division, Raw. Right. Becky, Candice, no. Chelsea, no. Dana Brooke. It's time. It's time. It is time. Let's go. Let's go. It's Dana Brooke's time. Cometh the hour, cometh the woman. It's Dana Brooke's time. Emma. Got to do something with Emma, haven't we? We brought her back. She can't just sit around in catering staring at ridiculous. So maybe we do something with Emma. It won't be Indy. It won't be Katana. It won't be Kaden. Liv's injured. Won't be Natalia. Could be Nikki. Maybe. Nikki seems to be doing something with Candice, though. Piper Niven is a heel. Raquel, I think, has got other things going. You could use Raquel, I suppose. I don't think she's going to win the tag belt, so maybe that frees her up to join up with Becky. Could use Raquel. Ronda, no. Shayna, no. Sonya, no. Tegan. Could use Tegan. You could use Tegan. Xia Li, I don't know what she is. I don't know what she is. Is she a heel? I think last time we saw her, she was a heel. I feel like the last time I saw her, she interrupted in a women's tag match, like last year in December. Do you remember when a hooded person cost Liv and Tegan against Damage Control on SmackDown? I don't think I've seen her since. I can't remember seeing her since that point. So I don't even know. I don't know. I think Tegan or Dana or Emma or maybe Raquel. I feel like one of those. Telling you, it's Dana's time. Anyone other than Dana Brooke is the incorrect answer. Tegan, no knees, knocks. Yeah, we got to do something with her, though, haven't we? Got to do something with her. And Becky is certainly outnumbered. I mean, if Becky had any doubt that, she is at a disadvantage, she certainly knows that now. So if I'm Becky, I'm looking at that locker room thinking, who can I get to help me out here? And then I'm going to Dana Brooke. That's what I'm doing. Arab news. WWE champs battle it out at the Jeddah Superdome. USA Today, Seth freaking Rollins beats AJ Styles to become WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Yahoo! Trish Stratus walked away with a win thanks to a little extra help. Microsoft Start. What the hell is Microsoft Start? Asuka ends Bianca Belair's record-breaking title reign. New York Post. The bloodline implodes on Roman Reigns. Everyone was talking about Night of Champions. Here's Indus Shia. Let's go. Indus Shia. Jinder. Via. Sangha. This Raw filmed in Saudi. That's why Becky and Trish were still wearing the same outfits. No, we're in Albany. We are in New York. We are live, baby. Right, Jinder with Indus Shia. Oh, yes, we're taking on jobbers. Is that... No. I thought that was Big Body Harvey for a second, but it's not. I don't believe it is. Looked a little bit like Big Body Harvey. Is it? Does he say Big Body on his thing? It is. It says Big Body. It is Big Body Harvey. I don't know the other dude though. Javier Bernal is one of them from NXT, but who's the other dudes? They haven't even introduced them. Javier Bernal. Corey's just said. Yeah. Ah, well, there we go. So, okay, Javier Bernal is one of them from NXT. But I don't know who the other dude was. I didn't recognize the other dudes. They haven't even said who the other guy is. Maybe Mandy returns to help Becky. People would go crazy, says BBB Yipsy. Yeah, who's that dude? Look, wow. Big suplex. Big suplex by Sangha. Sangha going after Bernal. Bernal being chokeslammed onto this mystery guy. This mystery guy's quite interesting. I'm getting like Johnny Polo vibes from him. Getting picked up as Via collides down on this mystery person. 1, 2, 3, and it's done, mate. It's done. Jinder is not moved at all in the slightest. Indus Shia, they could do with like smashing the gym, couldn't they? Indus Shia, they're good size, but like they're not the most toned. They're not the most ripped. They could do with like just destroying the gym for like a few months. Couldn't we all? In all fairness, couldn't we all? Sometimes you have to look in the mirror. Right, Night of Champions. There's a lot of Night of Champions reflecting. Backstage, we're seeing Sammy and Kevin. Big smiles on their faces. They're joining us next on Raw. That's what Michael P.S. Hayes used to wear when he managed the Hardy Boys. Yeah. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Jinder is a goat. People are sleeping on him, says Kervin. Did you see the Via botch? No, I didn't notice a botch. No, I didn't see a botch. Can't say I would be surprised if there was one in there. WWE wrestlers on their knees. Raw for the WWF locker room. Shroom Grizzly, shout out to you. Why isn't Amos on yet, says Harley. That's what we're all asking, Harley. That is what we are all asking. Where is Omos? It's nice to see Sammy and Kevin happy after they retain the tag titles. Austin said, because you cursed him, Harley. Shots fired. Maybe Boogs could become Indus Shia's strength training coach. I don't know, man. I reckon if you tried to do strength training with Boogs, you wouldn't survive the session. That guy is serious. I mean, there's working out and then there's Boogs, isn't there? He is serious. He has got superstar written all over him. And you could write it loads of times as well because he's massive. He's got that hillbilly Jim vibe. Oh, the kind of wide shoulders, the big... Oh. Quite the specimen of a man. Kevin wearing a Bloodline shirt. I didn't see Kevin wearing a Bloodline shirt. We'll have a look. I was looking at Sammy's shirt, actually, because he's got a new shirt, hasn't he? He's got the... It's SZ in, like, tape. And then it says Sami Zayn. I think he's had it for, like, I don't know, a week or so. I think I first noticed it at Night of Champions, though. Or around that time. Maybe the Go Home show. So I was looking at that. Omos should find a partner and take on Indashir in a tag match. Maybe Corbin, says John. Well, you've got a whole lot of heels there. You know? You've got Omos as a heel, Corbin a heel, Indashir as heels. You might need to chuck some baby faces into that stew. Do you think Heyman will turn on Roman, go back to Brock or someone else, says Wrestle Andy? Don't know. Can't say that. I don't think that's something I'm expecting. I think he's got a long history with that family. He looks lovingly at Roman. He's never turned on Roman. Roman's turned on him. You could do it. You could do it. I mean, maybe if Solo's gone. So I don't think it would happen now. But you know when, like, the very last match that Roman has before he goes away, it might be SummerSlam or something. But apparently, word is he's going away for a little bit. So, could you imagine if they lose that match, Solo turns on Roman or whatever, walks off or just walks away, leaving Roman on his own, then maybe you could have Heyman kind of looking at Solo walking away, looking at Roman in the ring, and then maybe you have Heyman walk off or something like that. I don't know. You could do it. You could do it. Right, we are going back to Raw. We was at commercial break. Aren't we always at commercial break? Hayden, shout out to you. Says, it's time for Monday's Night Raw. Little late getting here, but want to thank you. Amazing reaction for Jimmy turning. Thank you, says Hayden. Thank you. It was, honestly, I remember saying, like, I need to go back and have a look, so I don't remember. I just remember, like, it being an amazing, like, moment, like a bit of a blur. I didn't expect it. Genuinely didn't expect it. We were talking about, like, what could happen. My prediction was that the Usos would interfere and they would cost Roman. And then, we tease. You know how we love to tease. But actually, like, Jimmy super... If someone had said, do you think Jimmy super kicks Roman tonight? I would have been like, I don't know that we'd go that far. I don't know that we'd go that far, but it feels like we are getting closer. That would have been probably my word-for-word response. So when it actually happened, it's such a great moment. Such a great moment. Bang. I mean, look, they really gave Saudi Arabia summit, didn't they? They gave him new world champion. So much better. I mean, if you think that, like, the way these shows used to be booked, we used to put on legends, Now, I know that, like, they'll want to see The Undertaker. They'll want to see DX. I know that the Saudi fans want to see those legends. But I think it's so much more satisfying to give them current stars, current storylines, but give them significant moments. I think that's so much better than, is Goldberg against Undertaker. Can just ignore the fact they're about to kill each other because they can't wrestle anymore. This moment with, like, Jimmy turning on Roman, I mean, it's such a significant moment. It really is, like, one of the big moments of the year. And they gave it to the Saudi fans, which is cool. I ain't got no problem with them doing that. It's just interesting how that's not what we were doing in the past. It is the 1,000-day celebration on SmackDown. Here's Kevin Owens. Diddle-a-dud, diddle-a-dud. Diddly bob, diddly bob. Okay. He's got Usos shirt on. So Kevin Owens showing his support for the Usos with We the Ones. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go! Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ba, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba, 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 dum, ba, dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-na-na-na-na. That is cool. That is a cool touch, wearing an Uso shirt. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. Who should Roman lose the title to? It's probably Cody, innit? Feels like Cody is the answer. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, right, Sammy, Kevin, in the ring. Are we going to see Judgment Day again? This is where I was expecting Judgment Day. Already had Judgment Day. So who's coming out now? Da-da-bum-ba-da. Right. They're singing. Sammy's having a great time. I wonder if Kevin will get a bit annoyed at the fact that Sammy is so over. Sort of is rubbing it in his face a little bit, isn't it? Like, Sammy always comes out second. Crowd are always olaying. They're always singing Sammy's theme. Sammy chants again. You could understand Kevin getting annoyed. You could understand Kevin getting a bit worked up. Obviously, we're feeling pretty good tonight, says Sammy. At Night of Champions, we won. We won. We did exactly what we set out to do. It was the worst night of Roman's career, and you deserve everything you got, Roman. You deserve everything you got. You might well be the greatest of all time. You might hold that championship for another 1,000 days. For the rest of your life. When you look at these faces, you will always know that we won. And Kevin Owens goes... I love that smile on Kevin Owens' face. When you look at these faces, you'll always know that we won. Here's Imperium. An impressive victory. Imperium have made their way out. Sammy could always start Kevin's going to kill you chants. Yeah, but if he hasn't, has he? He's not doing that. Here's Gunther. Hanging around. Why are you here? Why are you here, says Kevin. You gotta wait for someone to call you out before you come out. It's an unwritten rule. Kevin's getting very upset. It's the unwritten rule. Chill. Hey, calm down, mates. Calm down. What's been the best match so far, said Mr. Unfamiliar? Probably not the Indus Shear one. Probably Ricochet against Miz. Oh, American Alpha. He said American Alpha. The Alpha Academy. Blast from the past. Haven't you got a match with American Alpha Academy? Thought we wouldn't notice. Bet Jason Jordan backstage just went, what? I'm having it. What? I bet he got his little hopes up. Bet Jason Jordan was all like, am I back? Is it my time? Sit down, Jason. Sit down. You're an embarrassment, says Ludwig to Sammy. You are not worthy of those championships. You are not worthy of representing Monday Night Raw. We always hear from Slender Man. We never hear from the bald one with the head. I want to know what his opinion is. Giovanni Vinci. Yeah. Everyone wants to hear from Baldy. 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 Oh, this is top tier. Top tier quality entertainment. Vince is back. Is American Alpha? American Alpha are here. It's a big shoosh. It's a loud shoosh. Oh, she's still with him, isn't she? I forgot. What? She's got a shoosh top on. Did you see Otis then? Shoes, please. And Otis went. New and improved. New and improved Alpha Academy. We're going to hand out those lessons right now. Say the thing, say the thing. Say the thing. The thank you thing. Do the thing, do the thing. Thank you. Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. There we go. You're so welcome. Well, I mean, look. It was, you know, there was some fun in there. There was some fun in there. Otis giving her that Otis Express. Ooh. Maxine Dupree looks fit. Why do all the ladies find Otis irresistible? He's just got that magic in he. He can teach us things. He knows the secrets. The Shoosh shirts will be a bigger seller as WWE merch now. Otis is so good, he tricked Maxine to leave Maximum Male Models. That segment was pretty entertaining, says young Heath Ledger. I could totally see Chad Gable as a mid-card singles champion. I do think parts of that last segment potentially had a little bit of like Vince fingerprints on. I'm not saying he booked it. I'm not saying it was Vince. I'm just saying that there was certain bits in there which had a little bit of that, you know, a boldy chant. Do you know what I mean? I feel I was getting PTSD. I was getting flashbacks as we were chanting Baldy at Giovanni Vinci. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. There was some fun stuff mixed in there as well, and It's going to set up a match after the break. Alpha Academy are going to be taking on Imperium. Did we hear from Baldy? I don't think we did we? After I just said that, I don't think we even heard from Baldy. Imperium versus Kevin Owens. No. Alpha Academy. I like some Vince comedy. It's needed. I don't like boring, dry segments, says Big Time. This is Alpha Academy, and then there is Maxine Dupree. Baldy chants weren't the best. We need some comedy. This shows. Ray said, days confirmed. Vince is in Gorilla. Yep, confirmed. The Baldy chants have confirmed Vince is in Gorilla. Do you think we get NXT Arrival storyline between Kevin Owens, Sammy? Owens' stern look and side eyes are becoming telling, says Modern Mogul. I wouldn't be against it. The only thing I would say is that I'm not a big fan of us doing heel face, flip-flop all the time. I'm not a big fan of that because I think it's one of the big things. I think it's massive to change someone's persona like that. If you're going to change it and you're going to keep him heel for a long time, then okay, yeah. And we've seen Kevin Owens and Sammy so many times as well, but it always delivers. I don't think I'll ever be tired of watching them compete against each other. So I don't have a problem with it. And as I said, all these Sammy chants and him coming out second, you've got a ready-made story there as to why he would be upset, And to be honest, I mean, he's probably still a bit upset with everything that happened over the bloodline and all of that, I mean, that's maybe forgiven, but certainly not forgotten. So now he's finding himself in a team where he's playing second fiddle. Yeah, you could see why he would do it. So you could do it. Kappa Owen says, Daisy, you all right? Maxine wrestled ever NXT. Not in NXT. No, I don't believe she has. Down in NXT, which got a video package for Caden and Katana here. I like these two. No, down in NXT, she was a woman in the stands during like Von Wagner segments. She was not used much at all. I think, to be honest, they wanted a pretty face for Maximum Male Models, and they've gone with her. I think probably she has shown that she can talk in promo class and that she is comfortable on the mic. So they wanted a pretty face that can talk for Maximum Male Models, and that's why she got called up, because we didn't do anything with her in NXT. She was like a woman in the crowd during Von Wagner matches. She was talking about helping Von and all of this, and then she got called up. So I think it's just a case of that. So any learning that she's doing, she's having to do now. I don't even know if she could be like, I don't know her background, but they did a lot of recruiting of athletes. So I don't even think she was a wrestler on the indie scene. So she could just be getting used as a valet and manager. I'm sure that there'll come a point where we probably will use her in ring, but I don't think that's something we're looking to do anytime soon. But I'd imagine she probably is learning a few bits in the background. I mean, you just wouldn't you? If you was on a wrestling show, there's probably a good chance you're going to have to wrestle at some point. I mean, pretty much everyone, all the valets wrestle at some point. But as we said, I don't know that that's something that's going to happen anytime soon. I am with Tony Khan, in all fairness. Please help me, says Austin. You're with Tony Khan right now, Austin, and you need help. What, is he hugging you? Austin, let us know. Has he got you in one of his vice-like grips? Is he holding on to you really tight, whispering in your ear, I've got an announcement. I've got an announcement that I want to make. I've got an announcement that I'm going to tell you. And he's just not letting you go. Is that what's happening? Oh, my God. Maxine on the outsides. Oh, wow. She's got a problem here. Valhalla has arrived. Valhalla chasing after Maxine. Ducking out the way. Kick coming in by Maxine. She looks really pleased with herself. She's like, look what I did. Look what I... Just kicked her in the head. Now she's running away. Well, I hope she has been wrestling training because that might lead somewhere, mightn't it? With Valhalla on the scene right now. She was so pleased with herself. I love that. I love when she kicked her in the head and she was like, did you see what I just did? Valhalla. A real woman. That's what a real woman looks like. That was good. I enjoyed that. Much respect from AJ and Rollins. Dupree fights. Never seen her fight, says Juan. Days, your videos help me when I'm having a bad day. Right, love, shout out to you. Okay, we've got Sammy and Kevin on commentary. Maxine. Valhalla. Confrontation. But we are underway with this match, and we're at 13 minutes away from halftime scores. 13 minutes. Halftime scores. What happened with Maximum Male Models? I don't know. I don't know where they've gone. Don't know where they've gone. They've just disappeared. We've got Ludwig going to the outside. In comes Giovanni Vinci. To the outside goes Giovanni Vinci. Chad trying to get over to make the tag to Otis. Chad gets over. Tag is made. Otis comes in. Clothesline. Down goes Vinci. Both guys, actually. Otis is dealing with both. Vinci gets dropped down. Charges over. Collides in the corner. Oh, yeah. The Caterpillar's coming up. I think Slenderman's going down, said Sammy. Here it is. You get a couple. Elbow drop. Crowd love it. Baldy's back, says Kevin Owens, as Giovanni Vinci gets in the ring. Giovanni Vinci. Vinci goes over the top to the outsides. Gunter must watch these two clowns and just be like, oh, gee, I could have chosen anyone. I could have chosen anyone to have been with me. Oh, lovely work. Nice work by Giovanni Vinci. Reversal by Ludwig. Kick out by Chad. Giovanni Vinci pulls down the rope as Otis goes through the ropes to the outsides. I tell you what, could they pick up the win here? Looks like we're doing well. Chad Gable down 2-3. Imperium win. Oh, Gunther will be pleased again. Well, when I said clowns. There we go. So victory for Imperium. That was a good moment when it pulled the ropes down and Otis went flying to the outsides. Kevin Owens said that when Otis hit the ground, he could feel the ground shake. You don't need to look at us. We saw it. It looks like these two teams on a collision course then. His head is so shiny, says Kevin. Right, well, there we go. A win for Imperium. Corey Graves is not happy. Why is he so upset? Just because he's got to share mic time with Kevin and Sammy? Face was golden, man. That face will be all over social media. Coach Co said Tiffany Stratton and Ludwig Kaiser are dating. Are they? Is that true? I didn't know that. That'll make a nice couple. Right, we've got Shotzi and we've got Raquel. Is that true? I didn't know that. Rivy said, I can't stand Shorty G, that he never gets love. He's a good wrestler and great on the mic. His damage control. You ain't damage control. After we win tonight, we're going to dedicate this to our girl, Dakota Kai, says Bailey. Bailey taking the mick out of Liv Morgan's injury. Since you started damage control, aren't you the only member of the group yet to hold gold? Maybe you should look in the mirror. Raquel and Shotzi, they're making their way out, so it looks like it's time. It's time. Bum, 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 bum. Tiffany being NXT Women's Champ should be talked about more. It's Tiffany time. Well, Austin, we will talk about it more, but we might have to just wait for tomorrow because there's so much going on in the wacky world of wrestling that right now we've got new women's tag team champs to crown. Women's tag title 4-way. Let's go. Pamela Martinez. It's a nice name, innit? Who do you think will win? I'm going with Ronda and Shayna Baszler. Shotzi came out in a tank. Championship match coming up. Still got 7 minutes till we get to the halftime point. Where did the tank come from? She always had it. I don't know if she's always had it since she first came in, but I think she has. It might have been something she was doing on the indies. She certainly had it in NXT for a long, long time, but I can't recall if she had it when we very first saw her. It wasn't that big in NXT, though. She had a smaller tank. She had a little toy thing, kind of thing that you get from, Walmart. I don't think you're picking that up from Walmart. Maybe one of those super Walmarts. Richie, shout out to you. David said, I'm going for Chelsea Green and Sonya to win. Well, let's do a poll. Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Ronda and Shayna. Chelsea and Sonya. Who else we got? Raquel and Shotzi. Or damage control. We got the power. We got the pain. Inside the rage. Inside the cage. Gonna get louder, louder. Let's go. Halftime scores. We still got 6 minutes. I would be arrested if I went early. I would be arrested. Days, Shots as a person. Dynamite. I loathe seeing her in ring. Shotzi as a person is dynamite, but I loathe seeing her in ring, says Kappa. Okay. It's sloppy. Okay. Chelsea deserves it, says James. Ronda and Shayna. Who have you got winning, says Macca? Well, I've got Ronda and Shayna winning, but I don't mind any team winning. I don't mind any team. I like Chelsea and Sonya. I think they're good together. I think Raquel's got a great future. Did I put a Q or a no? That looks like Rayolel. Rayolel and Shotzi. Did I spell that with a Q? No, I did. I don't make mistakes. Just looks like I did. So, Ronda, Shayna, I don't mind. I think Ronda's a big name. I think she gets a bad rap. I think that Shayna Baszler, man, she was a killer in NXT, and we've just really underutilized her. I think they can help each other. For the longest time, we were waiting for the 4 horsewomen against 4 horsewomen. Never got it. So, this is 2 of them joining forces. Maybe they can hold gold together. Maybe they can help each other. So, I don't mind them winning. Don't mind Chelsea and Sonya winning. Don't mind Raquel and Shotzi winning. If Raquel and Shotzi win, the only thing I would say is I don't see it being a long-term thing, because I think her future has got to be gold. It's got to be gold. I think you could make an argument that we've put the belt on Asuka so that she drops it to Raquel. I think Raquel could be the one that gets that belt off Asuka. So I don't think that's going to be anytime soon, though, because I think Asuka will have a good run with it first. But I could see Raquel getting her hands on that title. And Damage Control, I don't mind that. I mean, everyone loves Bayley. I love Bayley. Right, who do you think wins Money in the Bank? Well, I don't know yet, because we don't know who's in it. So need to see who's going to be in it, but I think you can make arguments for so many people. I think you could make an argument for loads. I think there's loads that deserve it. I'd love to see Sammy get it. I'd love to see Sammy win a world title. Before his career ends, I'd love to see Sammy win a world title in WWE. So part of me would love to see Sammy get it. I know there's a groundswell for LA Knight. I think there's others that deserve it way more than LA Knight. I think LA Knight has got support, but we haven't seen a great deal from him. The great thing about Money in the Bank, though, and I did say this the other day, is that you can have it in July and not cash it in until the following July. So even though right now it doesn't feel like he's done much to earn it, and I know he's had a career outside of WWE, but I mean, since he's been on the main roster, what has he done? He's been in a feud with Bray, and actually I think he's got over more because he's not been given opportunity. I think he's got over more because he hasn't been used than what he's actually done. I think people wanted him at like WrestleMania and they were upset he wasn't there. And they wanted him to be in like a meaningful feud. And then he's just been like, doing a little summit with Xavier Woods and doing a little something with the Street Profits and just doing little bits and bobs here and there. So I think it's been, I think that has actually helped him get over the fact that people think he's being mistreated rather than him actually doing things to warrant, winning Money in the Bank. So I think there's others ahead of him. I think like Finn Balor. I think Sami Zayn. I think that there's probably a list that you could put together of people that have been around a bit longer that could really benefit from winning Money in the Bank. But if he got it, I wouldn't be down on it. I wouldn't hate it. But I equally wouldn't have him cash it in anytime soon. Yeah, I would not have him cashing it in until 2024. So he would be carrying that briefcase for a long time and he'd be having some feuds and we'd be building him and he'd be teasing, cashing it in and all of that stuff. And then I'd have him cash it in 2024. But he might not even make it because he's got a very good opponent to try and get past, which is Montez Ford. I think for a lot of people, Montez Ford's someone that could, Montez Ford could win that briefcase. Because again, I wouldn't have him cash it exactly the same. Wouldn't have him cash it in. I think he'd need to prove himself as a single star over the next 12 months. I'd have him cash it in probably maybe the night after WrestleMania 40 or something like that. Here's Ronda and Shayna. But I think it'll be a lot easier to talk about who's going to win it once we've got a better idea of who's in it. Because there's going to be big names that miss out, isn't there? There's going to be some big names that miss out. Because there's only so many spots. And I think there's quite a few deserving people. I don't mind Nakamura getting it as well. I really like Nakamura. I think Nakamura's someone that has not had opportunity at the top of the card as much as what he should have had. Sonya, Chelsea didn't get an entrance, says Davids. Okay, so Ronda and Shayna are in the ring. Chelsea and Sonya in there. All 4 teams are in there. Shotzi and Raquel. Bailey and Io. I think Bailey and Io are going to lose, aren't they? And it's just going to further drive that wedge between these two. So we're starting off with Raquel and Chelsea. And Chelsea immediately sees that it's Raquel. She tags in Bailey. So Bailey steps in. Raquel dealing with Bailey. Bailey tags out. No one wants to mess with Raquel. Although, even though she tagged out, she gets in a shot. Io charges over. Raquel grabs Io. Against the ropes goes Io. Io, lovely work. Flips over. Charges. Down. Over. Into a bulldog. Goes over the top. Drop kick. Raquel goes over into the corner. Over by Bailey. Big forearm strikes coming in. Io doing well. Tag. In comes Bailey. Quick tags coming in. Kick to the midsection. So we are up and running. And as soon as we get to the next commercial break, we'll do halftime scores. Who qualified for Money in the Bank? Who's announced for next week? So so far, we've only got Ricochet that has qualified. We know that we've got Bronson Reed. He's going to be in action later. He is taking on... Who's he taking on again? I had it written down. Bronson Reed is taking on Shinsuke. Bronson Reed against Shinsuke for a qualifier. Then we've got LA Knight against Montez. I think there was one more, wasn't there? And I can't remember that one. That's on SmackDown. Boot coming in there by Raquel as no one wants to get in there with Raquel. Chelsea is in there. She's trying to tag out. Chelsea gets thrown into Shayna. Bailey is down on the outside as well. There's a back elbow. Io goes down. In comes Shotzi. Looks like Shotzi and Raquel working together. Down goes Bailey. Down goes Chelsea. Down goes Sonya. Raquel is really shining at the moment in this match as no one wants to interfere with her. Halftime scores then. We go to commercial break. And it is a few minutes past, but it's time for... halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I just saw the question. Who was it? Someone said, do you think that Logan will be there? And it's been mentioned before. So Kieran said, do you think Logan will be in Money in the Bank? That's been raised before. And honestly, I pray not. I really hope not. I know that there's Logan fans out there that want him to be in it. But, oh God, it's just awful, innit? It's just awful. We're talking about the biggest championships in WWE. We're talking about people that work week in, week out, day after day, you know, turn up to Raws, do house shows, put that graft in, put that grind in, have matches, entertain the fans. And then, like, you know, just because someone's got over in the world of flipping YouTube and has done some boxing and all this kind of stuff, and they've made a name for themselves, they can come in and, as a result, get that Money in the Bank briefcase. I mean, it worries me because it does make sense to give it him, because he can talk about it on his podcast week after week. It's a great reminder. It can be there in the background. You know, he hasn't got to turn up for certain shows. He can just rock up for big pay-per-views, cash in. I am worried about that because I can see why you would do it. And I could see why, from a business point of view, it would make sense. But, oh my God. Horrible. Timothy said, have you got predictions who wins Money in the Bank? We were just talking about it. We were just talking about it. That's exactly what we were talking about. I mean, I said that I think there's a few people that could win it, but it's not really worth doing until we know who's in the match. It's not really worth doing until we've got the lineup. But I think Sammy, if he was to be in it, I would love to see Sammy win it. I would love to see Nakamura win it. I would love to see Finn Balor win it. I think there's a lot of people that would love to see AJ Styles win it. Obviously, LA Knight is probably the one that feels like he's got a lot of support at the moment. I would say that I've probably got about 10 people ahead of LA Knight that I would rather see win it than LA Knight. But LA Knight is, I mean, listen, we just spoke about Logan Paul winning it. I mean, that's my nightmare scenario. Logan Paul or Bad Bunny winning it is my nightmare scenario. So I'll take LA Knight every day of the week and twice on a Sunday over those. But yeah, I just think, because Roman's been champion for so long, there's so many superstars that are deserving of opportunity and are deserving of having that money in the bank briefcase. And the great thing is now as well, they don't even need to cash it in on Roman. They could cash it in on Seth because that is a world title. So, realistically, this person could win the title. I don't think Roman's title reign is going to end due to a cash-in. But the great thing is now they could cash it in on Seth. Where were the scores? So 6.5 said let him in. 7 said Legend 72. 8 says Bryson. 2 out of 5 said Lance. Alex Bliss Gamer said 7. Denise says 10. Juan said the make him Raquel strong. Julie says 0. Chaos Theory said 7. X Music said I'm going to go with 6. Leonard Morgan with a 7. AB Jobson said a lovely show so far, 10 out of 10. Robert said 7.89. Bryson with an 8. Timothy with a 6. LD Cool with a 7. Riot Love with an 8. Marty with a 6 out of 9. Mr. Wrestling Fan says 7.5. Alessandro says 8. Mike said 33.1 out of 3. Virus said 6 out of 10. White Lotus says 5.78. Mr. Dr. Sir Manboy says 7.75. Trini with a 6.85. Arborus with a 7. Greg with an 8. Brony 6.75. Lance 1.75 out of 5. Paul with a 4. Stone with a 6.5. So Kappa with a 7. Denzel with a 6. So we got a bit of a mixed bag, probably leaning more towards the lower end of the scale though. Seems like people haven't massively enjoyed this. Quite a few 6s, 5s, things along those lines. So I think this Raw seemingly has got a bit of work to do here then to grab people. Right, Rodriguez had Ronda. She's grabbed Shayna. Rodriguez has looked like a beast in this. She's looked so good. Here's Ronda. Ronda takes down. Look at that. Look at that takedown. Ronda trying to get Raquel's arm. That takedown was sick. She just brought down a giant. That takedown was sick from Ronda. Bailey with an elbow drop. Oh, delivers an elbow to Ronda. Ronda down in the middle of the ring. Oof, I tell you what, that elbow drop was beautiful. In comes Chelsea. Ronda gets hurled into the corner. Oh my God, now man, that kick by Sonya to Ronda. Did you hear it? Knee strike there by Sonya. 1, 2, kick out by Raquel. Sonya and Chelsea, I love their matching gear. Sonya and Chelsea's matching gear looks sick. They really thought they'd got that then. The kick to Ronda is sickening. And then they double team on Raquel. Tag. Io is tagged in. Chelsea gets knocked into the ring. Io goes up. Springboard missile drop kicks. Here is Raquel. Oh, open palm strike by Io. Open palm strike. Raquel goes down in the corner. Io charges over. Double knees. Tell you what, we're in a good place for this match. It's a fun little contest. Io. Oh my God. Shotzi makes the save, but only just. Bailey comes in. Really, I don't even... That could have been a 3. I think she just got there, but it was close. Shotzi. Wow, suicide dive lands on top of Bailey. Shotzi going up. Shotzi trying to make the tag. Shotzi tagged in by Raquel. Io charges over. Round the back goes Shotzi. Shotzi into the corner. Raquel is on the outsides. We've got Io and Shotzi in the ring. Shotzi has got Io up on her shoulders. Shotzi with a GTS type move. Nice suplex. Io over against the rope. Shotzi against the ropes. Io. Facebuster. And Io now is going up top. Moonsault, but Ronda tags herself in. Ronda tags herself in. Ronda is back. Oh my God, she's going for a superplex. Superplex. She's got her in position. Right, we're going to get a power bomb. Shotzi's going to power bomb Io. Io's going to superplex Ronda. And that's what we get. And now Shotzi is looking to pin Ronda. No, she's setting her up for summer. Shotzi. Oh, here's Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler. Oh, she goes down. Shotzi deals with Shayna. It's took a little bit of time, though. Is Ronda going to move? Ronda. Oh, lovely. Lovely work by Ronda. Ronda with the arm. It's a win for Ronda. That is nice. That is nice. Shotzi comes off the top straight into Ronda, who was waiting. She slaps on the armbar, and it is a win for Ronda and Shayna Baszler. Ronda and Shayna Baszler are the new women's tag team champs. Ronda and Shayna was picked by 64% of you. I love that. Coming off the top straight into that armbar. It looks sick. It looks sick. That looked really good. That looked really good. Bang. She tried to do a senton, but she went straight into Ronda's. Like, she opened her legs. Shotzi came in. It allowed her to grab the arm. Pyro's going off. Internet tears tonight, says Corey Graves. I ain't crying. I love it. Let's go. Oh, no, 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 no. Not me. Listen, people can cry, but she just looked really good. A couple of times there, she brought down Raquel, slapped on. She's really good at putting on arm bars. That's what we've learned. If there's one thing about Ronda, she's very good at putting on the armbar. She brought down Raquel and slapped on the armbar. Looked really good. And she looked good with putting it on at the end as well. Oh, no, 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 no. Not me. I don't give a damn about my reputation. I don't even need to look at the chat. I'm sure people are rejoicing. Here's Timothy. He says, congratulations, Ronda. And also he said, do you want Theory to win Money in the Bank again? No, thank you. He won last time, which we thought was a bit strange. We just had a bit of lag. A little bit of lag, momentary lag. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? It's like the internet just went by. The internet just went toodles. Right, I can tell you that Dolph Ziggler is making his way out right now. Right. Okay, we're back. We're going to commercial break. It's going to be Dolph against JD McDonough. So Dolph against JD McDonough coming up next. I'm going to do a quick video on this. So big development coming out of Raw. We've got Ronda slapping on this brutal looking armbar. Look at this. So a brutal looking armbar being applied by Ronda Rousey. And that meant... Oh my God, I'll tell you what, I have got... Why is that keeps disconnecting and connecting? We've got horrible... I don't know if we've got lag. I don't know if you guys are suffering seeing some lag, but I've just constantly got a message going connected, disconnected, connected, disconnected. Hopefully it's stopped now. I think it's stopped now. Timothy said WWE needs to stop being predictable. Wow. Big breaking news coming out of Raw. You can see this moment right here. Ronda Rousey with a sick-looking armbar on Shotzi. Shotzi tried to deliver like a senton from the top. She ended up going into Ronda's guard. Ronda pulling back on the arm. Look at that. Look at that. Really bending that arm backwards, and Shotzi tapped immediately. The end result is we have got new women's tag team champions. So Ronda and Shayna Baszler have won the women's tag titles on Raw. This was a fatal four-way. Raquel Rodriguez looks so good in this match. Really was a star-making performance. She's had a few of those, and I think she's got a bright future. But the future for the women's tag division looks like this. Those belts are around the waists of Ronda and Shayna Baszler. Boom. Done. Lovely. I think the lag has stopped. I got interrupted. Can't believe it. I was doing a quick little video, and all I had was noise pinging away as apparently we kept connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting. How am I meant to work in these circumstances? Unbelievable. But I'm a professional, guys. I am a professional. We just find a way through. So, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler win the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. People are going to be so happy. I would imagine right now, if you look on Twitter, people are just crying with joy, and there's just going to be so much excitement. And that's really what wrestling should do. It should bring these kinds of moments. As AEW is sometimes, and not all as we like, sometimes not all, some people, not all as we know. We do know that. We do know that. If there's one thing we know, it's definitely that. New WWE Women's Tag Team Champions crowned. Boom. Would you trade from WWE to AEW, says Riot Love? I don't think there's a trade needed. They're on different days. I mean, granted, the pay-per-views one. So you don't have to choose, but you don't have to choose. You can watch both. Why do you hate Logan so much, says Mr. Quake? I don't hate Logan. I don't care about Logan. I think he's actually got all the makings of a fantastic professional wrestler. But the problem is, we sit here every week watching wrestlers perform for our entertainment. You know, we're here right now watching Raw. We're watching stories. We're watching characters develop. We're watching people trying to reach the mountaintop. Only then, for when we get to the big shows, people to come in from outside of the business to take spots, opportunities, positions. I mean, don't forget, Logan got a shot at Roman's title at Crown Jewel last year. That could have been given to someone else. Someone else could have got that main event spot. Someone else could have had the builds, could have had the spotlights, could have had that opportunity. You know, if you think about Drew at Clash at the Castle and the hype and the build that went behind that. If you think about Sammy in Montreal and the hype and the build that went behind that, you know, facing Roman for the titles at a pay-per-view is about as big as it gets right now. I mean, Roman is an absolute, all-time great, the absolute undeniable king of the mountain right now. So to face him for the belts is as big as it gets. We gave that to someone who only had, 3 matches in WWE? And we didn't do it for any other reason other than he's a celebrity with a big following, which is just, I don't know, it's just seedy, isn't it? Don't you think that's seedy? Don't you think that's vile? I mean, shouldn't we be finding the best? We're watching week in, week out to watch these wrestlers develop, to cheer for our favorites. And then along come these outsiders. I don't know. There's plenty of wrestlers that don't like it, and I'm right there with them. Did you see the interview that Becky gave when they asked Becky, did you watch Logan before he came into WWE? And she was like, no, I didn't know who he was. I'd heard about his fighting, his boxing, but I didn't know who he was. And they were like, how'd you feel about him coming in and getting the opportunities he's getting? She's like, I'm going to be honest, I don't love it. I am only saying what a lot of the wrestlers are saying, what a lot of the wrestlers themselves think. So I may be in the minority on, I don't know, social media or whatever. I don't think I'm in the minority when it comes to what the other superstars are thinking as well. Even Logan himself on his own podcast said that he sensed that there was tension towards him backstage, people not happy that he was getting the opportunities he was getting. I think that was in the interview with Triple H. And Triple H turned around and went, well, of course, because you're getting what they want. You're getting the opportunities they want. Watch that interview. Logan Paul himself saying that the wrestlers that you watch and enjoy, not happy with the opportunities he's getting. And there was backstage friction. Becky in an interview saying she doesn't love it. Roddy Piper famously didn't love Mr. T being involved at WrestleMania 1. Couldn't stand him. Didn't think outsiders should come in. WWE didn't want Andy Kaufman because they didn't think outsiders should come in. Just goes on and on and on and on. Right, JD McDonough has picked up the win over Dolph Ziggler and done it convincingly. He has, I don't even know if the match got started, to be honest. He trashed him, destroyed him, beat him up. I'm surprised we didn't get Finn Balor around, watch him. Paul said Ziggler's stock has dropped. Yeah, Ziggler, not in a great place. So JD and Ziggler, we see Cody backstage. What time is it? We're coming up to the final hour. WWE National Medal of Honor. So we've got the commentary table trashed. The ring steps and everything trashed. Cody backstage. He'll be coming out soon. This is a little thing for Memorial Day, I'm guessing. I've been called a hero, but the heroes are those that never got to come home, says that guy. It's called that they do this. They've always been good with this stuff, tribute to the troops and everything like that. National Medal of Honor Museum. Boom. I would love to see EO in Money in the Bank, said Dad Stuff, and win it, but that probably isn't going to happen, as she will probably be wrapped up with Bayley for a while. Yeah, well, she could win it. I mean, you could have her win it and Bayley get jealous and use it, because again, you don't have to cash it in straight away. So this is where someone that maybe isn't quite ready can have it with the hope that in a year's time they'll be ready. So you could have EO win it and then do a match between her and Bayley for it. We don't do enough of that. We don't do enough of doing matches for the briefcase. I feel like it's clearly already been won. You can make the argument, why would someone sacrifice that? But if someone was terrorizing you, terrorizing your family, and the only way they would leave you alone would be if you would give them an opportunity for the briefcase. You could maybe find a way of getting into that situation. So it's something that we don't really do a great deal, but we could probably do it more. Ziggler versus JD McDonough was a double count out, said David. Thank you. Mr. Quake said, it sounds a bit tribalism. Is it? I don't see how it's tribalism. What it is fair play. It's not tribalism, because tribalism would be saying like WWE is the best over AEW. So no, I would disagree with that. I think that's the wrong words. The way that I would compare it is that you don't see celebrities coming into UFC or top tier boxing. So you don't see Logan taking on Tyson Fury for the WBC heavyweight championship of the world. You don't see Logan Paul taking on John Jones for the UFC heavyweight championship of the world, because we know that they would stand no chance. You can't just go up against Tyson Fury, who's been doing it his whole life, and expect to win. And you can't go up against John Jones in a cage and expect to win. So it's not tribalism. What it is it's being respectful to pro wrestling. What we're saying is, if you can't do that, if you can't jump in, we don't see Logan Paul joining the New England Patriots trying to win the Super Bowl, right? Because he's not that good, is he, at football? We don't see him taking on Tyson Fury because he's not that good at boxing. We don't see him jumping into a cage trying to beat John Jones because he's not that good at UFC. We don't see him jumping in and taking on Roger Federer at tennis because he's not that good at tennis. But yet, with WWE, we seemingly allow people to come in and be competitive at the highest level just because it's good for business. Just because we can. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. And I think that's something that people will always disagree with. A lot of people then fire back, but it's just entertainment. But it's like, you just make everything look weak. If anyone can come in off the street with no experience, you just make it all look weak. These wrestlers, why do you watch them if anyone can come in and beat them? It's nothing special about Bad Bunny. He's a flipping singer. So him coming in and hitting destroyers on everyone, it just makes everyone look weak. Damian Priest should have destroyed Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny being in the ring should have been enough for him. The fact that they gave him the win as well, so it's the side of wrestling I hate the most. I think it's the side of wrestling I really struggle with the most. I really do hate that, because I just think it makes it look weak, and I think it waters it down. So it's not tribalism. It's, if anything, me wanting wrestling to be respected more than it gets respected. It's me wanting more respect for wrestling. Right. Final hour coming up now. Here's Cody. Cody's going to kick off that final hour. Dun, 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 dun. Adrenaline in my soul. New champions. Ronda. I'm still putting this up on Twitter. Tag team titles. Okay, Cody making his way out. Bounce a blow. Right, he's in a suit. He's got his arm in a sling. This could be interesting because I don't know what he's about to say. I mean, if that is a broken arm, then he can't stick around unless he's going to be doing like commentating or something. I'm a freedom. His body is battered. It is broken. But his heart still beats. Well, that's good. We'd have big problems if it didn't. Okay, Cody. Broken arm and all. So Cody has made his way out, looking out at the fans. It's a nice shot. It's a broken arm again. Okay, Cody stepping into the ring. Okay, let's see what he's got to say. We've got, what, an hour to go. Obviously, we know our main event tonight, Judgment Day against Seth and AJ. And we need to change this, don't we? Cody in the ring then. Big Cody chants. Crowd are loving him. Crowd are loving him. Big Cody chants. So, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? I know what's hanging in the air. But this was this time last year, wasn't it? Because Money in the Bank was coming up, and he was part of the promo for last year's Money in the Bank. And then he had to go away due to injury. People told me I was foolish to fight Brock Lesnar. There's a reason why I didn't tap out, says Cody. That's not the man that I want to be. Years ago, probably I would have tapped out. Yeah, when he was Stardust. Stardust would have tapped out. Some days, second chances don't present themselves. Okay, so he quotes John Cena. I want to talk about the recaps, said Denoise. You want to talk about the recaps? Aubrey Edwards said, Cody's dumb. He went into WrestleMania versus Roman with no backup and no plan. Yeah, true. True. Then fights Brock with a broken arm. Get him a mental evaluation. Okay, he said Brock's not here. You're taking your... Brock, are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with this being done? The game is 1-1. Are you satisfied? I hope you're not. Consider this an open challenge. He's still got a broken arm. I was expecting him to say I'm going away for a bit. I'll post my schedule. I'll tell you everywhere I'm going to be this month. If I'm standing in a ring, I am standing ready to fight you, Brock Lesnar. I mean, it's good promo, man. It's good promo. It's a really good promo. If I'm in a ring, I'm standing ready to fight you, Brock Lesnar. I love that. I'll post you my schedule. I want to make this the last time I rattle off Brock Lesnar's accomplishments. Brock Lesnar is the beast. He said he's bad enough to break my arm, but not man enough to make me tap out. Brock Lesnar is afraid of what cannot be broken, says Cody. Cody chucks the mic down. I think there's some really good stuff in that promo. I don't quite get it because he's got a broken arm. So, I mean, is he just going to keep wrestling with the cast? How do we feel about the cast as well? Because as a babyface, like, I understand there's certain heels that you don't mind seeing getting walloped with it. But, yeah, I don't know. Cody needs to use a permanent arm brace like Stone Cold's used with his knee brace as part of his ring gear, said Justin. WWE loves to drag out feuds, said JP. They can't just leave it at 1-1, said Killer Shot. No. No. I don't mind that, though. I don't mind Cody not wanting it to stay at 1-1. I don't mind Cody not wanting... I get it. No. Very strong words from Cody. Right, Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle backstage. Go for bro. T-shirt. That's new. Okay, so he's got a qualifying match for Money in the Bank coming up soon. Cody is an epic promo. I feel like I'm listening to an Attitude Era Rock or Cena promo. Oh, here's Gunther. Congratulations. And good luck on your upcoming opportunity. I want you to win Money in the Bank and cash it in. On me? No. No. This? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? You win Money in the Bank and then you cash in on mid-card belts. What's this? Gunther says, good luck. I want you to win Money in the Bank and then I want you to cash it in on me. Humiliating you is one of my favorite things to do. If I'm Riddle, I'm like, I'm cashing it in on Seth. or Roman if I get an opportunity. I ain't cashing in on you. I want to be a world champion. I want people to go, here's world champion wrestling days. Here's world champion Matt Riddle. Not here's former intercontinental champion. No. Whose idea is this? Silly. I'd slap them. If I was in the creative meeting, I would just get up. I'd walk around the table. I'd slap them. I don't even care if it's Triple H. Slap him. Like, no. Naughty Triple H. Stop being silly. Do you remember those amazing moments like Seth cashing in at WrestleMania or Dolph cashing in on at the Izod Center, cashing in on Alberto Del Rio, like, to become a world champion? Flipping now they're cashing in for the 24/7 belt. This is definitely a Vince move. I don't know. Do you think it is a Vince move? Do you think it's a Vince move? Vince never did this. This makes me think it's a Triple H move. Vince didn't have people cashing in on mid-card belts. I blame Triple H for this. Vince never did this. Why would Vince start doing this now? I'd cash in for I'd cash in for the Heritage Cup. Well, the only thing I'll say is that if Logan Paul is going to win Money in the Bank, then he better cash in on a mid-card belt. He better cash in on no flipping belt. He better cash in on a replica belt. If Logan Paul wins Money in the Bank, he better cash in on flipping WWEshop.com. Didn't Bad Bunny do that? Bad Bunny did that, didn't he? That happened. Like, I'm joking. But that happened. Not a cash in, but Bad Bunny had the 24/7. Do you remember? This has only just come back to me. This has only just come back to me. I've blocked it out of my mind, but it just came back to me. Bad Bunny had the 24/7 belt and swapped it for a replica. I think was it a Stone Cold Smoking Skull belt or something. He swapped an actual championship that goes on your Wikipedia page, and when people talk about you, they say that you're a multiple-time champion. He had whatever, you know. I know it was only the 24/7 belt, but he actually swapped it for a replica title that you can buy. This, and just a reminder as well, this is the most streamed artist in the world. I can't imagine he's struggling for money, right? He swapped it, an actual championship, for a replica belt. A replica championship. That happened. That happened. You tell me you don't love this company. You tell me you don't love this company. Because in the real world, there are weird people doing weird things. And WWE is just reflecting the real world. Do you know what I mean? That's all they're doing. Holding up a mirror to society. God bless them. God bless them. Right, we are 45 minutes away. We're all weird, says Ribby. It's true. It's true. You know, and we have to remember as well, the stupid people out there. There are absolute idiots. You know, people that just struggle to tie their shoelaces, right? So we have to reflect everything, all walks of life. And, you know, maybe some people would win Money in the Bank and cash in for mid-card titles. I have no idea. Right, we are at commercial break. Killer Shock said, God bless America. Ryan Love said, how'd you feel about Tiffany Stratton being the NXT Women's Champion? Love it. Yeah, love Tiffany Stratton. She's good. I think it's very easy to look at her and just see her as being a bit of a bimbo, a bit of an airhead, a bit of nothing but good looks, but she can go, she can wrestle. She's good. She is good in the ring. She's putting the work in. She's got a nice little move set, little reversals. She sells really well. Loved seeing her target the leg of Lyra as well. Shows good knowledge of psychology, which she was probably told to do, but hopefully, you know, she's picking up a few things that she can use in the future. Really liked it. Really liked it. I saw this Undertaker Deadman show in the UK. I don't live far from Wolverhampton. It's probably about 30 minutes down the road. 30, 35 minutes. I was looking at that Wolverhampton date, like, that would be pretty cool. I think it's on a Sunday as well. Yes, Sunday, July the 2nd, Undertaker is going to be at Wolverhampton. And as I said, that's about half an hour from me. I was like, oh, that's interesting. The only thing is, though, you'd want to get the special ticket where you meet him. I would. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's like a couple of £100. So you get to go to the show and you get to meet him after as well. I mean, you don't get to meet him for long, do you? It's one of those, shake his hand, maybe get a picture. Still pretty cool, though, isn't it? It's the Undertaker, isn't it? We are backstage with Ronda and Shayna. How does it feel? 3 times for Shayna. We didn't come here to care about the fickle masses. Yeah. We're the women's tag team champions, not because they wanted it, but because we're the baddest team. These nuts prove it. Shots fired. Well, that is going to win them a lot of friends. I feel like I need to go to a medical facility, says Killer Shot. Oh my God. Dana is in catering. I know. God bless. I think she works there now. Nakamura against Bronson Reed. Who goes? I feel like this is another one. You know, when we're talking about like so many people deserving, I feel like, you know, you've got all these. Bronson Reed should be in it. Nakamura should be in it. LA Knight should be in it. Montez Ford should be in it. I want like Finn Balor in it. Luis da Silva Jr., star of Fast X, is in the crowds. Shinsuke and Drew should have a literal sword fight, says Mark. She just said these nuts. She did. Right. Money in the Bank qualifying match right now. It is Bronson and Shinsuke. I think I'm right in saying, aren't I? Both of these were in. I mean, I know that Shinsuke was. I think he was Jonah, wasn't he? Was he in New Japan? I've got a feeling that he went to New Japan for a bit. So this is a legit match we could have got. Well, had they have been in New Japan at the same time. This is a match that we could have got in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Defcon Eric and Pirate King Jack says, DYK Shayna, did you know? Nice. Shayna is the first 3-time Chinese American WWE champion. Chinese? Has she got China? I didn't even know. Is she Chinese? Got a Chinese background? I mean, I didn't even know she had a Chinese background. American wrestler. He is currently signed. What do you mean, Chinese? South Dakota? Oh. She has German ancestry on her father's side and Chinese ancestry on her mother's side. What does that mean, though? What does that mean? She was born in America. What does that mean? Is her mom Chinese? If her mom is Chinese, where do you draw the line? You know, if her grandparents might be Chinese, I suppose then you still have a bit of like Chinese DNA in you, don't you? I don't know where you draw the line. Doesn't really say. I don't know if her mom is Chinese or her grandparents are Chinese or who's Chinese. But it says that there's Chinese ancestry on her mother's side, German ancestry on her father's side. Interesting. Shinsuke throwing in a knee to Bronson Reed. She comes from a Chinese family, says WWE AEW fan. Yeah, but what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Is her mom? It says that her mom's side is Chinese, but is that her mom? Is that her mom's mom? Is that her mom's mom? What is the main event tonight? It's Judgment Day against Seth and AJ. Who do you think's the mystery person in NXT? Blair Davenport. That's just a guess. I don't know that it is, but we'll get an answer on that tomorrow, and we are live tomorrow as well. So we will get an answer as to who that is tomorrow. They've said they'll reveal themselves tomorrow. Alex Bliss Gamer said, I don't think we're going to get women's Money in the Bank qualifiers tonight. WWE AEW fan said, am I supposed to know that? What? Are you supposed to know what? Who? No, well, you're not supposed to know if it's her mom or if it's her mom. But Shayna's Chinese. She doesn't look Chinese. She looks American, but you never know. Well, she was born in America. Mongolia has the most world titles because of Genghis Khan's DNA. Do you think there will be a cash in on the night of Money in the Bank? Maybe. We've done it quite regular. We did it last year with Liv, so we could absolutely do it again. I think I would wait though, because I think you can give the crowd in London a great show without having to cash in. I think having both people carry the briefcases for a little bit, I think would be quite good. I don't think we need to just rush it straight away, especially considering we did it last year with Liv. Did you see Night of Champions? Jimmy just super kicked the tribal chief. I did. We did the watch along, but Ryan Love said, I think it's a returning NXT superstar that got released that attacked Roxanne Perez and will be revealed tomorrow. There is 2 mystery people in NXT. One was watching while Sol Ruka got beat up, says Return of the Yoshi. Goku said, what's going on with Bray? Where is he? Don't know. It's all been very quiet, so we're still waiting to find out. Wrestler with Andy said, it's crazy. We've never had someone go till the next year's Money in the Bank, and we've only had the one cash in at Mania. They can't wait, can they? They can't help themselves. You know, they've got the briefcase, and in all fairness, there's lots of opportunity, isn't there? So, but it is crazy that we've never had it go where to the next Money in the Bank and time's ticking, you know? That is a story that I'm sure will be told at some point. Jenny said, I was born in Trinidad, but my mum was born in India to an Indian mum and an Irish father, and my dad's African American. So what culture do I claim? I don't know. I don't know. This is where, I don't know where you draw the line. I don't know when you are Chinese American or when you're American, and I don't know where that would stop. Maybe it comes, I don't know. Does this come down to identity? Could she identify as Chinese American? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's a genuine crowd. I don't know. Shinsuke is back on his feet, so we're still underway with Bronson against Shinsuke. Bronson with a big clothesline. Shinsuke getting turned inside out. Pin. Oh, shoulder up. That was close, man. Bronson with a real close pin. So 35 minutes left to go. We've got Seth and AJ taking on Judgment Day in our main event. Right now, we've got a Money in the Bank qualifier. And this is Bronson Reed against Shinsuke Nakamura. If you are just joining, we've already had one person qualify, that person being Ricochet. So who is going to join Ricochet? I think it might be Bronson Reed, but it could also be a bit early for him. Nice slide-in German there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke getting back in the ring. He's looking for the Kinshasa. He's got Bronson set up for it, but Bronson, Samoan drop. Samoan drop. To a big senton. Senton by Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed grabbing Shinsuke. He's got him in position. Bronson Reed's going up top. Splash coming. Nakamura gets up, though. Kicks Bronson Reed's legs away from him. Bronson Reed. Big knee strike there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke perched on the middle rope. He's going to go for... Looked like he was going for a Kinshasa from the middle rope. Bronson, power slam. Down goes Nakamura. Nakamura being dragged over to the corner. Bronson Reed is going back up again. Bronson looking for that splash, but, oh man, I tell you what, these two just constantly reversing each other. Oh, to the back of the head. Nakamura connects. Bronson Reed. Shinsuke trying to... He's delivered a Kinshasa to the back of the head. He's going to deliver one to the front, and he does! To the ring, and he rolls out. Oh, that was satisfying, man. The way that Bronson rolled then and dropped, that was satisfying. So he can't capitalize. He Kinshasa'd him in the back of the head. He Kinshasa'd him in the front of the face. Oh, my God, look at the impact. The impact is awesome. Oh, a single leg dropkick. It didn't look like Nakamura got all of it, but he got enough. Bronson goes down. It's a good little contest, this. Good little match. Bronson down. Nakamura in the ring. Referee, count him. We're up to 5, 6, 7, 8. Bronson in trouble. 9. Bronson beats the count. Nakamura, Kinshasa. Nakamura. 3. Nakamura wins. Listen, I don't mind us putting the briefcase on Nakamura. Shinsuke Nakamura. But you wouldn't have minded Bronson winning it either. I wouldn't. Bronson on the outsides. Had to try and beat the count. And as he came in, he gets caught with a Kinshasa. And this is a big opportunity for Shinsuke. Could you imagine him with the briefcase? That'd be good. That would be good. Is that Reed's first loss? Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Don't know that I can remember him losing before this. On the main roster. I mean, he lost in NXT. We're just seeing Rhea Ripley and Natalya from Night of Champions. Bronson needs to do something with the large one-piece women's swimsuits. Well, I think he wears it well. Does it not remind you of, like, Vader? It's maybe not Bam Bam. Bam Bam was a bit more covered, wasn't he? But we're backstage with Byron. That wasn't just a victory. I destroyed Natalya. She's at home fixing herself up. Maybe next time she'll think twice before stepping up to mommy. She's got dumb written on her face. We're very busy. We're very busy. Vader Warpants, this is closer to Earthquake, Typhoon, Taz. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a look that we've seen before. So it's not like unorthodox for a guy of this size. We've got things to do. Go do your job somewhere else, says Damian Priest. Weird little interview. Don't think we really got much from that. Coming up next, Seth AJ against Judgment Day. Feels like something needs to happen here. I mean, if we just get Seth and AJ win, it's just going to feel a bit flat. I mean, maybe it'll feel a bit more significant if, like, Judgment Day wins. Certainly if Seth gets pinned. Let's see. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. Who won the women's tag titles? It was Ronda and Shayna. Jeremy said, I would love to see Bronson Reed, Great Khali, and Omos in a triple threat. Mr. Wrestling Fan says, has anyone got a cold beverage? I am peed off. Celtics are losing. If Riddle goes after the 24/7 title, the ground next to the trash can is the current title holder. Yep. I think that belt's probably long gone. Unless someone fished it out. I saw someone on Twitter saying, which I thought was a good shout, actually. Someone on Twitter, I forget who it was, said, could you imagine if when R-Truth comes back, he comes back with the 24/7 belt, and it turns out he got it out of the trash can, and he's made himself champion, and he's claiming he's been champion for like months and months and months. I mean, I don't know if that would work because obviously he didn't beat Nikki for it. He just found it. You could make the argument that she surrendered it when she threw it in the trash. But I don't think he can make himself champion. But I thought it'd be funny. It'd be a funny thing for him to do. I don't think he'd get away with it, but it'd be a funny thing for him to do. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully he comes back. I can't remember when that injury happened. He got injured down in NXT when he was facing Grayson Waller. So I don't know. I don't know if he's due back or not. I haven't heard anything about R-Truth. James said the 24/7 title was doomed to fail from the start. R-Truth could do that, says James. Is R-Truth still injured? I believe he is, yeah. I mean, it was a nasty injury. So it's one of those where he'd be out for like a year, and I can't remember when it was now. I've got a feeling it was like August, September, something like that. Maybe even October. So he's probably got a few more months to go at least. But yeah, hopefully he comes. Hopefully, he comes. He should come back. I can't imagine him calling it quits without saying goodbye. Nikki or Brie? I don't know. They seem to prefer Nikki as in ring, didn't they? I don't know. Probably. I always felt Brie was the nicer person. I don't really know what I'm basing that on, but I always felt that Brie was the nicer, friendlier person. Always felt like Nikki could stab you in the back. Maybe that's based on how Nikki was booked sometimes. I don't know. Just a feeling. But I think Nikki might have been a little better in the ring. The only Brie Days likes is cheese. Brie mode. Ba, 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 ba. I've got their autographs. I went to a house show, and they were selling like autographs. You could get different people. I remember looking at them, and they were like £30, I think. 25 or £30. And I think they had some like mid-carders, whatever. You could get Dolph Ziggler signed thing, or you could get Paige or whoever. And then they had the Bellas. And I was like, I'm going to get the Bellas because I'm getting 2 autographs for the same price. So I bought the Bellas. So I've got that over there. So I do have a thing like that of the Bellas with both their signatures. I mean, I never look at it. I don't really know why I bought it. I think it's because in that moment I was like, I'm going to play the system. I could get 1 Dolph Ziggler or 2 Bellas for the same amount. And I went 2 Bellas. I'm probably the only person that's ever done that. And I was quite satisfied with myself. But in retrospect, it probably would have been better to have spent the money on like beer. But, you live and learn, don't you? Days, last night, WWE Gareth was in the AEW media scrum spamming bad things, says Bryson. Well, the only thing I would say is that we don't know that that's the same person. It might be, but we don't know that it is. Could be that, because I believe there's an account on Twitter called WWE Gareth that I don't know. I see their tweets a lot, so I think they've probably got quite a following. So it could be that people have took that person's name and it could be that person, or it could be fans of that person just using that name. So there could be a small army of WWE Gareths out there. We don't know. Killer Shock said he got injured on the 1st of November. Oh, that's later than I thought. I was thinking August, September, October at the latest. I never would have gone November. Demi said, opinion on Logan Paul. Logan Paul, I think if he committed to wrestling, could be fantastic. I think he's very athletic. I think that he has shown that he's got the raw ingredients you would want. He has got the kind of things that they look for when they do their tryouts. So he's very athletic. He is. He seems to like sell fairly well. He's a decent promo. Obviously, very comfortable on a microphone. So I mean, he can talk. He's obviously got a decent size, decent look. Can do some stuff in the ring as well. Seems to pick it up as a natural. So yeah, if he would commit to this and actually put the work in, then yeah, he could get somewhere. He's going to get somewhere anyway because he's got that fast pass. But no, he could properly get somewhere without a fast pass. He's very good, very athletic. Right. Money in the Bank. Qualifying match. Becky Lynch against Sonya Deville next week. Well, that's Becky, isn't it? Wow, or is it? Because we might get Zoe and Trish get involved. So is it? And we've got Zoe against Natalya. Well, that would feel like it should be Zoe, but again, could Becky then respond and cost Zoe? Phenomenal. Let's go. Time for our main event. James Wagner says, R-Truth should do his best Roman impersonation. Trying to get this, I need to get some screenshots of these qualifying matches because they feel interesting. R-Truth should do his best Roman impersonation, come back with the 24/7 hardcore title, $1 million belt, maybe Alundra Blaze's title as well. Yeah, that would be good. That's a great idea. So he's got like the 24/7 title there, $1 million belt here, Alundra Blaze's women's title that she threw in the trash there. Yes, I'm down for that. That would be good. Imagine Roman's music hits as well during like an episode of Raw and people are like a bit confused and he wasn't advertised. Middle of the show, just Roman's music hits and then out comes R-Truth with those belts. Book it, James. Book it. I like it. It's a good idea. Sahib, shout out to you, dudes. Out to you. Main event time. It is main event time. I really enjoyed that Nakamura-Bronson Reed match. I thought that was really good. Seth and AJ versus Judgment Day. What are we getting in this match? 20 minutes to go. Bryson said, I've definitely got Zoe Starks for Money in the Bank winner. Adam said, and the European belt and the Cruiserweight belt. Yes. Of course, AJ is joining Judgment Day, said David. Days, AJ turning heel on Seth would be strange if he's on SmackDown. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't know. I can't tell where this is going. I feel like something needs to happen. I don't know if we have Finn pin Seth, which then means Finn can become Seth's next challenger. That feels, I would say, of all the options on the table right now, Finn pins Seth is probably the one I'm looking at as most likely. AJ turning on Seth is definitely a possibility as well. So there's a few things we could do. We could also bring someone back to interfere in the match and cost Seth the match. So someone, interrupts. So we could have that as well. But this definitely feels like it needs something. Like, as we said, if AJ and Seth just win this match, and that's it. Show ends. That's flat. That's a flat ending. That strikes me as a flat ending. That strikes me as not the right way forward. So, let's see. Let's see what they got up their sleeve. Sabu to return and interfere, said Wrestle with Andy. Also, why would AJ randomly turn on the OC? Rumors are that Ciampa is at the arena. Maybe he shows up, says Trina. Maybe. I don't know that he's ready for this level. There were reports that we could get Tommaso joining the Way, but we haven't had any Way segments, and I don't think we're going to get a Way set unless we're going to go back to them after this break, which would be a little bit random. But there was talk that Tommaso could be coming in. Yeah, I'd seen those reports. But seemingly that's not happening. Well, certainly not now. So, I don't know. Could he come back and interfere in this? Maybe, but it's interesting, though, isn't it? Because even though, like, Tommaso is not at this level, it doesn't matter because I can't see Seth losing the title yet. So actually, Seth taking on like a heel Tommaso might make sense because like that it's a good stage for Tommaso. It's a good spotlight for Tommaso to return. Title opportunity. This is Seth's a fighting champion. We know this is going to be a workhorse title, so we know that he's going to defend quite regular. So people like Tommaso are probably the kind of people he should be facing and should be beating. So actually, in that regard, it would make sense. But equally, I do think, he doesn't feel ready to me to be at this level. But as I just said, it might not matter. Might not matter because he ain't going to win the belt. Or at least I wouldn't say he would win the belt. So, I don't know, maybe. But if he's joining The Way and Johnny, well, he's got to be a face. But if he comes back and interrupts here, then he's going to be a heel. Oh, it's the right mess. I don't know. I'm thinking Finn pins Seth. That's what I'm thinking. And then we get Finn be the challenger for Seth. But we ain't got long to find out. We ain't got long to wait. Seth just became champ on Raw. So, yes, he could be on SmackDown the way WWE goes. If you could bring back a released star, who would it be? Billie Kay. Billie Kay. I flipping loved Billie Kay. I thought she was funny. Genuinely funny. When she had her resume and she was trying to recruit some help and do you remember that Royal Rumble when women were coming down and Billie would keep going out the ring and she'd be trying to recruit them to get some help, some assistance. I mean, I just thought that was different, entertaining. I found it. Was it the greatest thing I've ever seen? No, but she was very good with her facial expressions. I think she's naturally quite funny, quite charismatic. I mean, from what I heard, Kevin Dunn just didn't like her. Didn't see it, and so that was it. But oh god, we had a genuinely funny woman, and they're rare. They are rare. I don't even think there's been another one, right? We had a genuinely funny female, and we let her go. And she was good looking as well. You'd think that would help. They love that in WWE. Disappointing. She could have been in a tag team. She could have been just a comedy thing. Just kill some time. She doesn't need to be a women's champion. Just put her out there. Do some funny stuff. Backstage segments. Humor. Comedy. Let's go. But no. Can't have good things. Right. Dominic and Damian is... it looks like Big Dom's going to start things off here. Big Dom. Booze for Big Dom. Oh, Finn Balor jumps in. Finn Balor jumps in the ring. So Dominic was in the corner. Looked like Dominic was going to start us off, but I don't think Dominic's in the match. Finn Balor attacks Seth. And Judgment Day, very clever. Very clever. So it's Finn Balor and Damian Priest. Oh, look at that. Nice. Seth slid out the ring, put his arm around Rhea. Rhea thought it was Finn or Damien, and she started smiling. Then she turned and realized it was Seth. That's nice. Little things, you know. Well done, everyone. Well done. Good stuff. Big Time said, some fans are frustrated WWE hasn't followed up with strict rules with SmackDown guys on Raw. Can you blame them because you need to book big stars in marquee matches to keep viewers? Doesn't bother me, to be honest. I'm not massively bothered. I think like, yeah, I'm not bothered. I think this is WWE. I mean, you've got Raw, you've got SmackDown, we've got a load of superstars. These are their homes. These superstars live on Raw. These superstars live on SmackDown. If they do venture over, like Seth's, AJ's come over, and he said earlier in the show, I've come over to congratulate Seth. You know, he had a great battle. I've come over to congratulate him. So he shook his hand, and then Judgment Day interrupted. And so I think the way that it's been presented is fine. You know, if it was a case, you know, we've got SmackDown women competing for the women's tag titles, but there's only one set of main roster women's tag titles. So Raw and SmackDown superstars can go for those. So, like, you can understand that. AJ came over to congratulate Seth, so you go, okay. And then Judgment Day interrupt and the match is made. Okay. You know, if it was just a case that, like, we were watching and now here's a SmackDown person and there was no explanation, I would get that. I would understand that. I would get that frustration. Because you'd be like, well, you know, what's the point in the draft? What's the point in the draft? Because, you know, we've just got, you know, now he's a Raw person, he's a SmackDown person. You just got, and it really didn't matter. You know, you've got just all the time SmackDown people on the show, Raw on SmackDown. Then I would understand people going, what was the point of the draft, right? But even then, to be honest, who cares? What would it matter? But I could understand people saying, what's the point in the draft? But I think with this, they've given you an explanation already. They've said, you know, he's only here to congratulate Seth. And then a match has been made. So, you know. Does it matter? In the grand scheme of things, you know, the world still turns. People have still got, you know, frustrations and concerns and all this stuff in life. You know, the world's a harsh place sometimes. In the grand scheme of things, does it matter? Yes, it does. I've decided it does. I've just decided it does matter. Commercial break. We didn't get a tease of JD joining Judgment Day for a few weeks, says Dylan. No. I mean, I'm sure it'll still happen. I think it makes sense. But, yeah, I haven't seen any teasers this week. I think last week was go home anyway, so I can let him off not doing anything last week. Maybe the twist is that Priest gets pinned. Finn gets annoyed. It's the start of Finn getting Priest out the group and replacing him with JD, says Trina. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Max said Billie Kay would have been great with Chelsea Green. Yeah, you could have put her with Chelsea and Sonya. Do you remember her with Riot Squad? That was great. That was great. Do you remember when she was like trying to help out Riot Squad and they didn't want her around? And she's like, I can be Punk. And like she came down dressed in Punk gear and she was like, trying to act Punk. I thought she was so funny. I really enjoyed her, watching her. That's Punk. I think she's out of wrestling though, and see, she went to Impact, and now I think she just posts pictures of her in like a bikini and stuff on Instagram, which I'm sure you can make good money from that in all fairness, but I wish she was back with her resume. Billy was the original honorary use with the Riots. She was an honorary Punk. John said, as I've said before, WWE should allow more open door amongst SmackDown, Raw, NXT to keep the product fresh. I think there is a balance. I do understand people being frustrated because, as we said, you know, you do a draft, you make a big deal out of it. You move champions around and all of this. And then if it is just going to be like completely, out the window, I would understand people being upset. But I don't understand this like strict, you can't have anyone from SmackDown on Raw, you can't have anyone from Raw on SmackDown. Like, maybe there's people that really do want that, and maybe there's people that really want it to be like WWE and WCW. Maybe there's people that really want these two shows to go up against each other and for it to be like that kind of a thing. It just doesn't feel that way, does it? I mean, like, we watch Raw, we watch SmackDown. I don't feel that competition at all. We never, ever, ever look at ratings and go, SmackDown's beat Raw again. Do you know what I mean? It's just not a thing at the moment. We could make it a thing, but I don't think there's a need to make it a thing. The risk you run then is that you will get tribalism within WWE. I mean, look at AEW against WWE. It would not be a good idea to get fans to choose between SmackDown and Raw. You want fans watching both, don't you? You want people to watch both. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to do that kind of hard split, which is your favorite brand, you've got to choose a team type situation, I'm all right with a bit of flexibility. But I agree, there's a balance. But I think what they've said with AJ tonight coming over, yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? Wants to congratulate Seth. AJ in the corner, big boot. I don't get why people make a big deal out of what's on what show. Maybe they think Raw and SmackDown is two separate entities. I don't know. I don't know if it's some people that want... I don't know. It's hard to know because I don't know. I enjoy watching Raw and SmackDown. Dominic gets thrown in the ring and Seth gets in Rhea's face. You and you out of there! Oh, she's livid. She is livid. Seth's shooing her away. He didn't do anything. It's his. He hit Dum Dum. He hit Dum Dum. She's upset. Pele kick there by AJ. Damian Priest went down, so... Right. Clothesline by Seth. Duck underneath. Oh, kick coming into the midsection. Quick kicks. Clothesline by Seth. Forearm strike. Damian Priest goes down. Finn charges over. Balor hurled into the corner as Seth jumps over the top. Knee strike to Damian Priest. Seth on the edge of the ring. Seth dealing with both members of Judgment Day on his own at the moment. Kick coming in. Balor goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Finn. Kick out by Finn. Calm down. Kick out. Bye-bye, Rhea and Dum Dum. You're out of there. Crowds are singing Seth's theme. The crowd sounded recorded in the first segment, says WWE AEW fan. In the corner goes Finn. Finn picked up. Lands on his feet. 1, 2. Inside cradle. Kick out there by Seth. Oh, look at that. Plants Seth. 1, 2. Shoulder up. What are your thoughts on Kevin Dunn? He's got a job for life because his dad saved some old tape of a show from a burning car and rushed for it to be edited. I've never heard that. Yeah, I mean, he is very powerful. He's like a top executive as well. So it's not just that he produces the shows. He's right up there, like with like one of the most powerful people in the company. And I think he's been producing shows like going all the way back since the first Raw. So he knows all this inside out. I think they're happy with the producing work that he does. I've never heard about his dad saving a tape from a car in the 80s. I mean, I don't think you can fault the production value of WWE. I think WWE's production is really, really high. You know, they've got the best cameras. They've got multiple cameras. They have got great entranceways and obviously the LED screens and video packages, graphics. It's all top quality. Super kick by Seth. It's all very polished. It's all very good. Well, he oversees all that. So, I mean, I don't think you can really criticize what he does. But just for the sheer fact that I've heard that he's the one responsible for Billie Kay losing her job means I hate him. I don't know what else he's done. I've heard he's a bit of a douche and pushes his weight around backstage. But he is a top executive. But just for the Billie Kay thing alone, I hate him. Kick there by AJ. Down goes Damian Priest. Damian Priest. Oof. Nice. Net breaker. Priest in trouble. Goes over to the corner. AJ charging over to the outside. Forearm strike by AJ. Knee strike by AJ to Finn. Seth with a suicide dive. And now AJ has got Damian Priest. Damian Priest wobbling around in the ring. Oh, good. He backed away. I'm glad that he backed away because he'd had to sell for so long. Razor's Edge by Damian Priest. 1, 2. Seth with a curb. Seth with a curb. Curb stomp by Seth, but he hasn't followed it up. I think he's going to follow it up with a frog splash. If AJ can make the tag, sorry. He's in the wrong part of town there, AJ. Dives over, makes the tag. In comes Seth. Crowd are fired up for this. Crowd are fired up. He charges over. There's the curb. Another curb. 1, 2, 3. Damn, Seth just pins Damian and that's it. Now, will AJ turn then? Seth wasn't pinned by Finn. So does AJ turn? No one interfered. No one cost them the match. Crowd are into it. Or, you know, if that's the real crowd. AJ, Seth just sharing a few words. Finn down on the outside. We got the little trademark thing in the corner. AJ pointing at Seth. War Talk's got Trish and Zoe, Ricochet, Sonya and Chelsea. Sonya and Chelsea will be good. Seth holds up the championship. And that's it. Flat. For me, flat. Main event of the Raw following that banging Night of Champions match is Seth and AJ in a tag match against Judgment Day and nothing happens. Just... I've had a lot of praise for WWE recently, but could have done with more there. Definitely could have done with more there. There'd been some big rumors, big reports that there was some tasty, like we were going to get something big in that main event. That there was plans for, you know, something of significance. So that was something I was looking forward to, was the main event. I didn't know who it was going to be, how it was going to show itself, but there was rumors doing the rounds that like main event will give us a good idea as to where we're going with Raw. Don't think so. I don't think so, mate. Right, let's start this poll. Let's see what people thought. Scores, mate. What are your scores? Get your scores in. Oh, truth, mate. 8 to 10, 7 to 775, 6 to 675, and 575 or below. Below. If you know, then you know. There we go. Girl Toilet says, do you like Pretty Girl on toilets? I like Pretty Girl everywhere. If there's Pretty Girl, I can't think of any situation I wouldn't like Pretty Girl. I mean, maybe I'd stay away from Pretty Girl in prison, for example. But, yeah, shout out to all the pretty girls. And the ugly ones as well, eh? That includes you, Austin. Can you cheer my son up? He is upset that he missed tonight's episode of Raw, says Tammy. Yes, Tammy's son, if you are watching. It was all right. Honestly, it was all right. If you saw Night of Champions at the weekend, you saw the way better show. Tonight it was all right. I mean, Ronda and Shayna are the new women's tag champs. Did you need to see that? Probably not. There's lots of people upset about it, you know? There's lots of unhappiness at it. You've missed that. Yeah? Just think about that. Think about that. And we just watched that main event, waiting for something to happen. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. You avoided all that as well. So I wouldn't worry about it, right? I wouldn't worry about it. There's going to be plenty more shows, better shows. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Right, we've got people putting in their scores. Vote. 7 out of 10. Tammy's son missed the show, said Frederick. Yeah. This is why spoilers suck. They get our expectations up, and for what reason? That is true. That is true, actually. That is true. I mean, the only thing I would say is, even if I hadn't seen that, still would have expected something. Because to end, I mean, look, if Judgment Day had won that, what would have come of it? If Seth had been pinned, then I understand. You've got the argument then of, I pinned Seth, right? If you're Finn or Damien, I deserve a title shot, right? Get that, right? So we could have got that, but we didn't. And if they'd have pinned AJ, what would have come of that? And Judgment Day just got beat, so what comes of that? I mean, I don't know, did Judgment Day want revenge now or something? I don't know. This isn't compelling enough to make me want to, tune in next week, you know? I mean, I'm going to, and I'm looking forward to it, and there's going to be other things that I will want to see. But, I don't know. If the big significant thing was, this is the start of Seth now feuding with Judgment Day, I don't know that this has hooked me. You know, I don't know that this match, which was fun, is the way that I would have started things off. I think there's things we could have done that I think could have been a bit more compelling. I think this Raw's all right. I think it's all right. I don't know I was really quite excited at the start of the stream. Genuinely, I was excited. 2 Money in the Bank qualifying matches. I thought the Ricochet Miz one was okay, but I really enjoyed Nakamura, Bronson Reed. It gets a tick there. A lot of talking in the early stages of this show, but I don't mind it, because as long as it sets up some interesting feuds, I really don't mind it. Some of the best segments we've seen in recent years have been talking segments out of the Bloodline. So I'm quite happy with talking segments, but they just need to deliver. And there were some fun little moments, wasn't there? Kevin Owens was having a bit of fun. Sami Zayn said American Alpha instead of Alpha Academy. Made a mistake, didn't he? So, there was things along those lines. But I would say, definitely could have done with, a bigger moment. I mean, we did get new tag champs. don't know. It just I can't be alone. I can't be alone in just feeling a bit like just for the main event, you know. Could have given me something more. I don't know. I feel like I'm meant to just be happy that Seth and AJ won. I'm meant to be like, maybe I'm meant to be like such a big stan of Seth and AJ that the fact they won, I'm meant to be like giddy at that. I don't know. Maybe if I was a 5-year-old girl, I would be, but I'm not. I'm a 21-year-old male. I'm a man. And I need a little more than that, Triple H. I need a little more. Amy Jobson said, what's your score? Well, I'm probably in the 6s, which isn't bad because I think that 6 for me is average. 6 for me is average. 7s is good to very good. And like, you know, getting into the 8s is like great towards amazing. I don't think this was an amazing show. I don't think it was a great show. I think you can make the argument it was average to good. So I'm probably going to be 6.5 to 6.75, around about that ballpark. Yeah, around about that ballpark. It was not a chore to watch. I at no point felt bored, but I think it's one of those shows where it was fine. It was average. Some things happened. Some things could have been better. Some things could have been a bit more significant than I think what we got. But it was still fine. But I think if we are going to praise shows and say, this is great, this is amazing, I think when you do get an average show, you have to be honest in saying, well, this is average. Because if you do have a great show like we got at the weekends, if we say this is great, then you want people to believe you, you know, when you say this is a great show. If you say like everything's a great show, then people aren't going to believe you, are they? You'll be like, well, you said that for Raw, and that wasn't a great show. So, yeah, I think for me, this is average. And so for me, 6.5, 6.75, I think I'd be around that score. Passable show tonight, says Keeman. Days, a lot of us can set expectations too high, but it is Raw. And 30 years of watching, I'm numb to just watching out of habit and not expecting crazy cliffhangers and engaging stuff. Don't know. You see, I feel a bit different because this is Triple H booking now. This isn't Vince. So it's Triple H. We've done the draft. Everything I heard was that the draft was going to, you know, really mix things up. This was going to be Triple H's vision. We're coming off a great Night of Champions. This isn't a go-home show. It's actually the start of new feuds and everything. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really look at it as like 30 years and all this kind of stuff. I look at it as where are we right now? Well, where are we right now is Triple H's booking. We've done the draft. We've just had a great show. We've put pieces where we want them to be. We've now come to Raw. We are now not, it's not a go-home show. We're starting a brand new run. So I look at all of that and I go, well, yeah, I've got a certain expectation then. I've got a certain expectation. And I would say that this show was okay. I mean, I'm not down. I'm not sitting here saying this was garbage or trash because we've crowned new women's tag champions. We've got 2 Money in the Bank qualifiers that have got through. There was some fun little comedy bits in there, fun little bits, you know, and Nakamura and Bronson in particular, I thought was a really good match. I really enjoyed that. Nice little promo from Cody as well. So, I mean, I can certainly sit here and go, well, we had this, we had this, we had this, we had this, we had this. You know, I can certainly argue that this was not a disaster. It was not a bad show. I can argue that it was average. I can argue it was middle of the road, right? But I think because of what I just said, my expectations were probably a little higher, and I don't think it met those. But we just move on. Do you know what I mean? We just move on. Move on to NXT tomorrow, which is coming off a great show as well. So we'll see what NXT's got for us. And don't forget, I mean, I think everyone's waiting for SmackDown. I think everyone's waiting for SmackDown. SmackDown, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to join us for SmackDown, but I would imagine it's going to be a nice, decent number because Jimmy, Jay, Roman, the 1,000-day celebration, you can't miss SmackDown this week. I don't know if Tammy's son's around, but listen, it's all right missing Raw, but don't you dare miss SmackDown. Don't you dare miss. There is no forgiving that. There is no forgiving that. Everyone's waiting for Friday, so we move on. SmackDown is the A show, says Aubrey Edwards. Middle of the road, said Ovian. Do you think Pretty Deadly should win the SmackDown tag titles? Jim said, I'm waiting for Impact. Pretty Deadly should win the tag titles. Eventually, yes. But I don't think now. I think, they've only just arrived. I do think that we can, or some can be a bit guilty of going just way too quick with NXT call-ups. I think, they've just arrived. Let them find their feet. They haven't even cut promos. They haven't done any promos or anything yet. I mean, I think what we just saw was Zoe's first promo, and you could see she was talking over Trish, and it was a bit clunky. You can tell that they're, and Trish is not the most seasoned, is she? I mean, certainly she had her time 20 odd years ago, but I mean, since then, this is quite a run for her. So, you could see that it was a little bit off there. So there's so much that they've got to do and learn and get comfortable and, put some matches together, whatever. So absolutely, I think Pretty Deadly could get somewhere. They're kind of like your heels that are like irritating, that some people find them entertaining, and I think they can be entertaining, but they're clearly not to everybody's taste. But they're the kind of heels that are, up themselves, like to dress how they dress. They're a bit like, heel Seth in regards to when he's wearing his wacky attires, wacky clothes. And he's really up himself. They're just like a tag team version of that, really. So in ring they're pretty good. Sometimes on the mic I can find them a bit cringe, but again, they're heels, and I think you're meant to. So they're not to everyone's taste, but I can definitely see them being irritating. And then the crowd rooting for a babyface team to beat them, which is what you want, isn't it? You want your heel team to be hated and for the fans to want a babyface team to get the titles off them. So, yeah, I can see them getting tag belts and then putting over a babyface team. But I think we'll have to wait a little bit till we get to that, so... did you see Roman's upcoming schedule? He's going to be defending 2 times this summer, and he'll be on SmackDown every other week, said Justin. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's good. I mean, defending 2 times in the summer, I don't know how I feel about that. I really do think that the title should be defended every 30 days. And as we said, he defended in April at WrestleMania. Didn't defend in May, but he did have the 1,000-day celebration, so maybe as a reward we can kind of let him off. I said before, I think it would have been really good if they'd have said to Roman, because you've been a champ for 1,000 days, you can do what you want at Night of Champions, and then if he chose to go after the tag titles, well, so be it, as a reward for reaching 1,000 days. So I can sort of let him off May if we use that as the excuse. Had we have used that as the storyline excuse, I could have bought it. But now he's got to defend in June. He's got to defend in June. So, and in July and August. Right? So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this schedule that he's working. I know it frustrates quite a few fans. I can understand it. I think for him to defend the titles 12 times a year, I don't think it's that much to ask. But we'll see. We'll see. Are you doing UFC this weekend? I think so. I haven't looked, actually. I think so. It depends if there's any big boxing on. I don't think there is. There's no wrestling. So it's either UFC or some big boxing, but I'm not aware of any boxing, so I think it's probably UFC. Right, let's end the poll. I need to go and do my little recap videos that I love doing. I do love doing them. So I'm going to go off and do those. In poll, right, 35% said 7 to 775, 30% said 8 to 10, 25% said 6 to 675, 9% said 575 or below. So 91% said this was 6 or above, okay? Then we've got a real split there, 35, 30, and 25% of people really split between the 7s, the 8 to 10s, and the 6s. So it's one of those shows that I think has divided opinion. And as we said, we move on. We move on. So really appreciate people joining us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT. I know not everyone watches that, but it's in a good place at the moment. It was a great show on Sunday. So we'll see what happens on NXT. And listen, Friday. Yeah, I'm going to be there. Rebecca Black's going to be there. Hopefully you're going to be there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see what happens with the Usos and Roman. It's going to be big. So I'll see you whenever I see you next. Have a great evening wherever you are. And as I said, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.